Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hal Sparks, tomato you with the rating. Hell yeah. Welcome, Raiders. Liberal Dan Radio. Thank you very much for bringing folks here. Hope you're all doing all right. Hello, everybody. I facilitated a meeting for my working group today. Hell yeah, Celeste Player 1. Hello, Thomas the Spank Engine. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Karen Ale. Hello, Lydia Wilderman. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Fophelia. Hello, Music is. Hello, FBNB. Hello, Jenny Hello, Hammock. Hello, Celine Sundria. Hello, Kiva in Defer. Hello, Hammock. You got me. You got the two timers. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Kelsey 5 Alive. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Jolie. Hello, Shifty. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Polaire. Hello, everybody. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Susie Ann Jones. We don't give up? Hell yeah. Never give up, never surrender. Hello, Sage. I'm sorry you had a bad day. Hello. My life is a dumpster fire. Hello, everybody. Hello, Luiana. Hello. I'm drinking and playing Xenoblade X with a Riverboat Jack stream. It's a perfect night. Hell yeah. Alright, folks, you know the drill. Before we get too deep into the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider spreading the word. Tell other people about the stream. You guys determine and drive the growth of this show. So if you're interested in helping it along, do be part of the solution. Let me see here. Let's take a look. Okay, I like the stream. You know what? We do have a little musical interlude to help people know what to do. Let's just click it. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. right, folks. In the esteemed tradition that I sometimes observe here, I just wanted to share a cute little thing that I thought was interesting and fun, that I was reminded of exists and is available now. I just think this is neat. Just a cool little video game.
Yes, the shells will be mine, and soon it will be the end of frog time. And there's not a single soul that can stop.
Your chai soy latte?
Ah, yes, thank you.
Hi, Bunny! Do you want to buy some poster eggs? Whoa, a double jumper. This bear can play. And this shell, I really feel like you've got it for a reason. And I feel our lives are about to change for the better.
What happened?
My best friend's trapped in a shell.
We'll do this together, buddy.
Do not let that bear win.
Yes, Uncle.
You don't understand. I'm here to save my friend On.
You can't.
Alright then, I challenge you to frog time.
Like family and our friends and our
Yes.
I just thought this seemed really cute and adorable and weird in a way that many of you might appreciate. I'm impressed with your mic. I'm glad. It cost a pretty penny, but it's been worth it. Let's see here. Oh god, I forgot. We need to. You know what? I'll talk. Look, we do need to talk about the Hakeem Jeffries having a secret meeting with Jared Kushner in order to collaborate with the Trump administration, but frankly, I have not done a deep enough dive to talk about that yet. Suffice it to say, I do not think he should be elected Speaker of the House in January. But like we'll see what happens. Why are you cosplaying as a woman? What are you getting at? Like this is just an olive drab jacket and a plain gray t-shirt. What the fuck's your problem? God, transphobes are weird as fuck. Any progressive member of the House should run against Jeffries. It's true. Yeah, I can't cosplay as something that I am. Did I hear a strim was stramming? You did, Penny Auntie. Come on in. MAGA cosplays as men. It's true. You can call me Jess. Hello. All right. Anyway, I do want to say up front, I would very much like to talk about the Hakeem Jeffries story, but I do think that will be probably tomorrow, just as a heads up. Jeffries won his primary. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have very stiff competition in that district. That being said, just winning a primary doesn't mean that he should be maintaining his position in the House, should he be reelected to Congress. Let's see. Nathan, thank you for being the first person to support
Thoughts
stream
on all
today.
the calls, including glass and popsicles.
I mean, my thoughts are: is it surprising? Genuinely, is it surprising to anybody that the...
I get to press my own button.
Hell yeah, Penny Auntie. Thank you for that tier 1 sub. But is it surprising to anybody that the Trump administration, the administration that shut down food inspections through the FDA, is suddenly having to oversee the mass recall of so many different food items? The answer is it's not surprising at all. You can't eat granola now. You can't eat eggs. Can't eat, lettuce. It's just fucking disgusting. I'm surprised, Jack. I'm surprised they can even do a recall. Yeah, well, I mean, even MAGA moms start giving a shit when their kid bites into a piece of glass in their popsicle, I guess. Granola? What the fuck? Yeah, there was a salmonella outbreak with granola. This isn't the total recall I wanted. Fuck. Jack, this backfired. AOC said she would support the speaker as long as he supports affordable housing. You will def want to Google it and read. I mean, like, I'm not surprised that a lot of rising progressive leaders, given the lack of material knowledge we have about this meeting, are still saying we're going to support the speaker, largely because like they're building a tenuous big tent agenda that they want to have passed if, you know, AOC runs for president. Hakeem Jeffries is going to be a powerful ally if she does that, and will also be somebody that she will need to work with to get shit done.
Oh, also I heard we're at 41 days PF oil left. Here's to that near future crisis.
And so, like, a lot of it, Zoran Mamdani did the same thing. Again, because a lot of their agenda items rely on getting progressive shit done, despite establishment, lukewarm reception at best. And, you know, maybe the conditions she's attaching to it are things that Hakeem Jeffries can't accept, and maybe that will be something that will politically damage him in his effort to retain speakership. Or minority leadership at the moment. Like, part of the problem is, and I know that this fucking sucks, but a lot of politics is a give and take, you know? Is there something bad about the beef? I mean, I don't know, in a lot of different ways. Did my donation get sent? I didn't see it on my end. But if she becomes president, then after 8 years, she's out of government, she can do more in Congress. I mean, I think she would have a longer career in Congress, but I think the circumstances are such that, you know, she's weighing effectively being able to be a catalyst for change president, a la an FDR situation, versus being in Congress for a long time. Because you can be in Congress for a long time and do a lot of good work, but the system doesn't fundamentally change, you know? And so I think that maybe she is reckoning with this as like a very unique opportunity window that isn't necessarily going to open up again for her. And, you know, if she went for it and fails, she'll still be able to run for Senate. And if she goes for it and wins, like, that's almost a decade of wielding an unfathomable amount of political power, during which time she can get a lot of shit done. Yeah, Jeffries would have been a great speaker in the 1990s. But in 2027, no, fuck no. All right. I do get frustrated when leftists hang on every word from a politician who are firmly left. Yeah, I mean, I think that when someone has earned political grace, you know, I do think that, like, you know, and I do think that Mamdani, for example, has. I think that AOC has. I think, like, having a little bit of grace is okay. AOC is putting too much faith in our electorate to vote for a Puerto Rican female DSA president. Look, I'm just going to say, if a heavily Catholic country like Mexico can vote in a woman president, I think we can do it too. All right? I think, look, I think that we can have what other countries have. And I think that, like, is going to be fine. All I know about Jeffries is that at least he's not Chuck Schumer.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That was Chuck Schumer after leaving one of the DC orgies. That's true. Predominantly Catholic Mexico elected a Jewish woman. So, you know, I do think we can also elect people that are not traditionally thought of as, you know, electable. All right. Hello, Pooping Pigeon, aka Abby. All right. Well, we have a lot to talk about. Let's talk about the US economy. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to dive in today? Also, remember to let your friends, your family, your dogs, your cats, your neighbors, your acquaintances about the stream. Let's get underway. So, folks, Donald Trump is crashing the US economy again, and the entire Republican Party is just along for the ride, and we're all locked in the back seat and can't do a goddamn thing about it at the moment. It is truly an awful time. And why am I talking about this? Well, let's just play a little clip from Donald Trump the other day.
Interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad, because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because it means we have a strong country. And interest rates.
Just whining about interest rates, but is also like, you know, every time I hear about our country is doing well, that's too bad. Like, what? Like, it's genuinely, like, any bit of good news, he's just like, no, if it's not an interest rate drop, it's bad news. And, of course, because the United States government is captured by lunatics, we now are deepening our trade war with Canada. Hey guys, did you guys forget that the United States had declared a trade war on Canada like months and months ago? Canada didn't. They've been well aware the entire time. And boy oh boy, they're mad about it. Now I know us Americans can seem a little out of touch with this, but it turns out when you declare economic warfare on another country for no reason, they don't like it. I know that that sounds wild and strange to our American ears, but like, Donald Trump, I want to stress this again, for no reason declared a trade war on Canada because I guess there is a reason, and that reason is he has a insane understanding about trade between countries and how it works, and it doesn't make any sense at all. But anyway, attack by Trump on trade. Canada is at war with US, Carney says. And yeah, basically Mark Carney has been saying that for, you know, tariff for tariff, you know, we're going to match the economic damage that the United States is doing to Canada. And I do want to say, Canada can hurt the United States in what I would describe as an existential way. And this is the kind of situation where I do feel like the only way the Trump administration and Republicans in general are going to learn is if they actually touch the stove. What does touching the stove look like? Real quick. Because we're getting dangerously close. And when I say dangerously close, I mean Canada has already announced their economic retaliation package. Donald Trump has already announced, which, by the way, is going to go into effect on September 8th. And Trump has stated that we're going to start tariffing cars and steel from Canada. But guys, if Canada really wanted to hurt us, it wouldn't take all that much to simply say, well, you want to dance? Let's dance. And just real quick, to give you an idea of how deluded the Trump administration is on this, listen to this clip.
So we don't have any issue proceeding with our trade policy as planned, and I think the market understands that. I think the market knows that at the end of the day, this is 5% of imports from Canada. It's 0.06% of our overall consumption in this economy. So there's no possible way it can really affect U.S. well-being, right? I mean, we've been having great prints on inflation the past couple of months, going down in June and staying flat here. Real wages for manufacturing workers going up. So we're on the right trajectory. The fundamentals are good, and I don't think this is going to affect anything. That's why I think the markets are shrugging it off.
The affordability issues, I think that's a red herring as well in terms of this. I can't imagine. But
so
this guy who I want to let you guys know who this is. This is the U.S. Trade Representative. His name's Jameson Greer. And I want to give one example. Okay? One example of what I talk about when I mean that America could be hurt very badly. And this is just one example, one industry, one thing, okay, that Canada could do. If Canada cut off the supply of potash to America in economic retaliation for this bullshit, there is a decent chance that America, especially rural America, would basically die. And when I say that, I know that that sounds hyperbolic, but I want to bring up something to you guys, which is specifically this. How to secure the flow of fertilizers. Let's talk about potash. This is from the Atlantic Council. Not a particularly progressive-leaning organization, but, it's an interesting look at the flow of different fertilizers around the world. This was written, how long ago? When was this published? Back in July. And this was mainly about, the Strait of Hormuz and the fertilizer situation that would normally flow through the Strait of Hormuz, right? But as we go down here a little bit, it turns out that there's something really interesting hidden in this. Let's pull this up here. Yeah, here we go. The U.S. mines produce roughly 500,000 metric tons of potash per year. Only about 8% of the 5.9 million metric tons of apparent annual U.S. consumption. The remaining demand is met through imports.
You say the trade war was for no reason, but the reason is obvious, distracting from the Epstein comment removed by the Ministry of Truth.
I mean, maybe. To be honest, I don't know if Trump's brain is capable of remembering the Epstein files anymore. But just as a little FYI, that means that the United States imports 92% of potash. Now, for those of you who don't understand what potash is, it is used to make fertilizer. It is high in potassium, specifically potassium salts. And that is what you need for fertilizer. And this is a problem here because you might notice, well, 92%, that's pretty high. How much of that comes from Canada? And the answer to that is immediately answered. Around 80%, 79% according to this report. So if Canada cut off the supply of potash where could the United States go to make up for almost 80% of its annual usage? Well, the top producers of potash in the world are Canada, which produces about almost a third, a little over a fourth at the very least, of the world's supply of potash. What are the other ones? Russia, Belarus, and China. The US only produces around 1% of the global supply of potash. This is not something that we can just, like, go and get someplace else. The amount of potash that we use in order to enable agriculture across the United States is astronomical. This is not a problem that could be solved by simply ordering more on Amazon. And when we talk about this, it's important to understand if Canada cut off the supply of this through whatever mechanisms, and I do want to stress here that various members of Canada's government have been threatening both energy, because electricity is generated and sold to the United States across the border, as well as oil and potash. All of those are on the table should this trade war worsen. And I want to tell you guys, when it comes to how much oil the United States uses, 61% of our oil comes from Canada. It comes from Canada and gets refined in the United States. If we start looking beyond just potash and the catastrophic effect cutting off or throttling the supply line of that would have on agriculture, when we start looking at the effect throttling the supply of oil would have on the US economy, we are talking astronomical effects. The amount of damage that could be done is quite a bit. And when we are talking about doing a trade war with Canada, this would have been unthinkable just a handful of years ago. This would honestly have been impeachable a handful of years ago. But Donald Trump has done it for no real reason. And when you start looking into the demands that the Trump administration sent to the Canadians in terms of their negotiations, it's comical. It was talking about, like, getting rid of DEI programs in Canada and, like, getting rid of woke programming, or trying to get rid of, like, French and English like production in film, and getting colossal tax cuts for film production in Canada for Hollywood owned films. Like, it's insane. It was an insane list of demands. You aren't going to get that. And frankly, anyone in the Trump administration who thought they were going to get that is a moron. And you might say, well, maybe they're just evil. I do have to say, I think they are more both. They're both. They're both.
You know, I just wanted to get your read on the economy as we see oil prices marching higher again. We have seen tremendous resilience, as you noted, from the consumer, but there are signs that the job market may be cracking a little bit. Got a weak job report last month. I'm curious about your assessment as to how much we can handle all of this.
I think the jobs numbers are quite noisy, and again, Sarah, the other thing that's important too is, like, the jobs that we're seeing are going to Americans. After the deportations that we've seen during President Trump's administration and the closing of the border, that this unfettered migration, we don't need to produce as many jobs.
Canadian streamers French is part of their culture. They're not going to get rid of it.
Exactly, Nathan. It's an insane demand. But this guy's just saying, well, the jobs numbers are a bit messy, but we'll deport our way out of the bad jobs numbers. We'll deport so many people that Americans will be able to just take those jobs.
The amount of impeachable offenses the Peach and Chief earned after January 6th.
Oh yeah, no, Legal Eagle has like a colossal video going over all of Trump's crimes, and that was as of a handful of months ago. So But that being said, I just want to say, number one, this was explicitly the policy of Hitler's Germany. The idea that, well, we'll just deport the Jews, seize their stuff, we'll just send them to the ghettos, we'll just send them to the camps, and, actual real Germans will be able to take their jobs or their businesses or their stuff, and everything will work out just fine. This is, like, Scott Bessent is evil. He's evil and stupid. Like, he's standing there regurgitating Nazi policy as if it's a great thing. And I want to be very clear here. You can't do it. Largely because jobs don't work that way. It's not like there is a colossal number of Americans who have the expertise to come in and work as nurses in nursing homes. We don't have a colossal number of Americans waiting in the wings to, like, take these jobs. In part because Americans are struggling just to make ends meet, basically everywhere. And in terms of those bad job numbers that you're hearing
What
about...
you're saying is it's actually really truly Hitlerian economics.
It is Hitlerian economics, yes. But in terms of what we're talking about when it comes to US jobs, part of the big problem here is that US jobs aren't paying employees enough to survive. Because we've basically gig economied everything in our economy. Everything is now gig work. Everything is now bit work. And what that means is that the job numbers that look bad to Scott Bessent. I keep giving his name a little bit too much credit. Are actually exponentially worse than what we've been led to believe. Here is a post from a story from CBS. Nearly 25% of US workers are functionally unemployed, economic analysis finds. Now, what this means is that basically, despite the fact that unemployment numbers are sitting at around 4.1%, what is actually happening is that there is a large number of people in this country who are making poverty level wages or less doing gig work in order to try and make ends meet, which means that actually, functionally, we have 25% functional unemployment because people are not able to work jobs that pay them enough to live. And when I ask, is that good? Is that good? No, it's not. And I'm sorry, the folks doing DoorDash aren't going to be able to come in and do complex construction work. The people who are getting deported, they're people who have built lives here. They're people who own businesses. A gig worker running DoorDash is not going to be able to come in and, like, buy the restaurant and work as its owner after that person gets deported. They're not going to be able to do that. Gig work doesn't count as unemployed? No. If you are working a job that means you are earning like $26,000 or more, under the traditional jobs report numbers, you are not considered unemployed. But when we're talking about functional unemployment, that means people who are getting paid enough to live, 25% of the US population is functionally unemployed. And when you combine that with the fact that Donald Trump is picking useless trade wars with some of our long-term best allies and best trading partners, biggest trading partners, things are going to get worse. And then you combine that with the effects of the big, beautiful bill that slashed our social security programs to the bone. Not Social Security itself, but social safety net programs to the bone. Just listen to how Brooke Rollins talks about this.
Also, let's not forget, we've now moved more than 5 million people off of the SNAP fraud rolls, really showing what a real economy that puts America first. We have more people working today than ever before. So you've got a lot of people moving off of the program, which is the goal of these programs, at least for conservatives. We don't want to measure the program by how many are on it. We want to measure by how many we're moving into real work. Also, let's not.
But that's not what's happening, is it? Like, kicking people off of SNAP benefits is not people growing out of the need to use the program. It's simply kicking people off of the program. And when we're talking about, oh, who's getting kicked off? We're talking millions of people. Millions of people. Millions of families. Like, that's a big deal. But Republicans, she said the quiet part out loud. The goal is not to help people with this program. The goal is to kick people off it. The goal is to not help people with it. And the reason their goal is to not help people is so that they can give bigger and bigger tax cuts to the wealthiest people alive. The wealthiest people to ever exist. Which now brings us to the US debt. Now, we don't talk that much about the US debt because, as we've seen with the war in Iran, as we've seen with quite a lot of things that the Trump administration has done, they do not give a single shit about the US debt. And yet, it is a common talking point here. But Scott Bessent here is trying to sell you a bunch of smoke to put up your own ass, which is that the United States can grow out of the record $40 trillion of US debt. And part of the problem with that is, no, you fucking can't. That is not a number you can just grow the US economy out of, because even if you were looking at doing that within 10 years, you would need like 5%. You would need like 6%. You would need to have year after year of surpluses to grow out of that debt. And like, that is not going to happen. There have only been 5 years out of the last 35 years where the US annual growth has like exceeded something like 3.5%. And you would need like more than that consistently over decades. But what he's talking about here is the common talking point of Republicans. Oh, we can give everyone tax cuts, but because all the tax cuts will go to growing the economy, and we'll grow our way out of any kind of spending we do. Right? And then, when they're out of office, Republicans will point at the debt immediately, day one, and say, this is why we can't have Medicare for all. Look at the debt. Think of the amount of costs it will incur. The debt, the debt, the debt. We saw it happen under Biden. We saw it happen under Obama. We've seen it happen under basically every Democrat of the modern era. And they're going to do it again. And I just want to point out, the people who have ballooned the national debt are Republicans. I have a really handy chart to demonstrate exactly what I mean by that. This is from the Center for American Progress. And look at this. U.S. debt is on track to reach historic levels. Debt held by the public as a percentage of the gross domestic product, 1792 to 2055. You can see here, this is the projected increase in debt. Now, you'll notice here that actually, debt has remained relatively low over time, and then it spikes up, in the World War II era and the 1950s and the Marshall Plan and all of that. Got deficit spending in there, and then it goes back down, and then you hit the Reagan era, and it goes back up again, and then, what's that? What happened after this? What's this yellow line? Without Bush and Trump tax cuts. Basically, all of the national debt increase that you have seen over the last 20 years is attributable to Donald Trump and George W. Bush and the Republican Party. The reason the national debt is at unmanageable levels is because Republicans specifically torpedoed it over and over and over again. And really, the takeaway from all of this, and the thing that every Democrat should be like screaming from the rooftops, is that Republicans are not to be trusted with taxpayer money. Republicans should not be trusted to make a budget for America. Americans should not be putting their trust in these charlatans who are constantly stealing your money to give to the richest people to ever exist. That's what's happening here. All of the deficit spending is the looting of America's coffers to enrich the already wealthiest people on the planet. These guys stink. Anyway, Donald Trump, when asked about the bond market, because obviously when we're talking about American bonds, the bond market is kind of the thing that undergirds the entirety of the American economy. If the bond market goes wonky, that's enormously bad news for the value of the dollar, for example. And so when bond yields go up, that is a really bad thing, because the strength of US bonds as a long-term investment resides in the fact that they are relatively stable. Okay? And I'm going to explain that in a sec.
To grow like that, we would need a massive labor force that we don't have. The only way to get that would be actual mass migration. Surely they're for that, right?
I genuinely wish there were Democrats who would stand up and point out that if your interest is in growing the US economy, having more labor gets more work done. It generates more value for the economy. Labor is a fucking resource. Like, I don't know, to put this into terms people might understand a little bit better, is it easier to build like a suburban 2-story home with one guy or with 20 guys? Is it easier to build an apartment building with one guy doing all of the work or with 100 guys doing all the work? More people doing more labor gets more shit done. This isn't a difficult concept. And yet, Republicans have been allowed to run rampant with this idea nonstop. It's insane. It's insane. Like, even setting aside, like, the moral lesson here, setting aside the fact that ICE is a vile, evil organization that must be abolished. Like, on pure economic terms, having more labor is good. And I want to point out here that when the bond market, which is, again, the bedrock of America's economy, the bond market is designed basically for people to say, hey, I'm giving a loan to the US government. I'm in the form of this bond. I'm giving the US government money, and after 25 years, the US economy, the US government will pay me back.
Republicans will say that the one guy has good work ethic and TGE 20 immigrants are just lazy.
Yeah, because they're racists. They're abhorrent racists, and they should be called out for both being wrong on economic issues, and they should be called out for being horrific racists, right? But when we're talking about the bond market, again, undergirds the entire US economy, the point here is that you want a stable investment. The reason people buy US bonds is to keep their money safe, right? It has a slight guaranteed return on investment, and that's why it is largely considered one of the safest investments on the planet. However, Donald Trump is doing his damnedest to destroy that. And so a reporter asked Donald Trump about bond yields, because the bond market, the yields on that have gone up, which means it's a riskier investment, which means fewer people looking for a secure long-term investment are going to buy US bonds. That's bad. Okay? Without going into the whole thing about US bonds, suffice it to say that's bad. Now, here's how Donald Trump responded to this news.
So that's all money, no taxpayer money for the ballroom at all.
Did you direct Secretary Besson to intervene in the bond market? Was
No,
that your idea?
not at all. No, he's a very capable man. He wanted to do it. He's very good at it. He has a good touch, very good natural touch for the bonds and interest, and he did that, yeah.
The yields have come back up since then. Have you talked to him about another type of intervention? Is that something he will be
We
doing?
have many types of intervention. That's one. The ultimate intervention is our military. And if we have to use that, we will, yeah.
Guys, the President of the United States has a soup brain. He did not understand that question. However hilarious it might be to imagine Donald Trump ordering U.S. troops to, I don't know, occupy Wall Street, for example. That would be very funny. That's not what he means there. What he means is that he heard the word intervention and thought military, because he does not understand what people are saying to him. He lacks the capacity to understand. When I talk about this man being a lunatic, I mean that he genuinely does not have the capacity to manage his own affairs, let alone an entire country. Yeah, we're gonna bomb the US bond market, everybody. And then we're going on to bomb Agrabah. I mean, terminal soup brain syndrome. And I also wanted to talk about this as it relates to the US economy, right? Which is, we have another untenable situation also related to agriculture. Let's take a look. So this is from a couple days ago. US imposes deep Colorado River water cuts to California, Nevada, and Arizona. Now, for those of you who have not been keeping up with this, the Colorado River is basically one of the largest sources of fresh water for several states. And all of them rely on that water in order for local economies to function and for industries to work. And when we're talking about how it's doing, we're like, the Colorado River is terribly depleted would be an understatement. Let me just let me pull up a image comparison. Just take a quick look here. Yeah, here we go. Can we pull this up? Loading. We're loading. We're still loading. Here we go. It is a low res picture, but it gets the point across. You know, this is not great in terms of how the water of the Colorado River is doing. And if you're wondering, hey, this seems like some kind of economic time bomb that is getting dangerously close to running out. Well, yeah, the Colorado River has basically ceased to exist for certain stretches because all of the water is going into the reservoirs that are not being fully filled up anymore, and people are running out of water. And all of this, let's just take a quick look. The New York Times, actually a few years ago, did a really good investigative journalism. Surprise, surprise. See what's using all the water. Let's take a look, shall we? 19 trillion gallons of water, amount consumed within the Colorado River Basin in a typical year. Okay, so 12% is used for residential use. That's a lot, but not like an insurmountable amount. Commercial and industrial use, 4%. Thermoelectric power, 4%. And agriculture uses 79%. 79%. Now, you can also see here that actually, when you start breaking down agriculture, not that much is used for basic crop production. Oh, wait, it's all going to create livestock feed. 55%. 55%, over half the water is going to produce crops for cows to eat. Okay? What makes cotton different from agriculture? It's not. It's under the umbrella. It's a different kind of agriculture. So what I'm trying to hit home to you guys is that maybe it is a colossal mistake to try and grow a lot of these crops in the middle of the desert. Because also what's happening here is that this is not sustainable. And specifically, doing agriculture in this region is only possible due to the immense amount of water that is being used in order to make those fields bloom. So, like, part of the problem here isn't human beings. It's, like, surprisingly, not even commercial and industrial usage, which I would assume would be the major use. No, it's from people going out into the desert and saying, I'm gonna make a farm here. And, like, maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, I know that this would be really bad for the people who own these farms, but maybe it's time to examine the possibility of buying out these farm owners and shutting down those farms. Like, if you are growing water-intensive crops in the middle of the desert, stop it. Stop it. Cut it out. Like, I know that sounds insane, but, like, when we're talking about, hey, do cities have the right to have clean water to drink versus do cows? The answer is very simple. Stop growing crops in the middle of the desert. Like, this isn't like we have the option to do it or not. Like, we don't have the option to continue doing this. Like, until we have massive industrial-sized methods to create clean drinking water that can be used and wasted and frittered away in this manner, this is not a viable thing anymore. And I know that part of it is difficult to wrap our heads around because, we're short-lived beings relatively, and, like, this seems like the way it's always been, but this industry did not always exist there, and it won't always exist there, because human society changes. Geography changes. Environmental conditions change. And when we're talking about a change like this, it's done whether you want to do it or not. And when I think about this problem, I came across this Axios report, The Race to Cool Buildings with Less Electricity. This was published 15 hours ago. And basically, it talks about how we have different methods of, like, cooling buildings. We have smarter, more advanced science that allows us to do it without using quite as much electricity. Heat pumps are becoming are super efficient now. We have the capacity to build technology that is way more efficient than what we have right now. And when I think about that, I get really mad. When I think about that, and when I think about the underemployment, the unemployment, the true unemployment numbers that we have in this country, when I think about the gross abuse of the national debt, what I think about is how this is a massive wasted opportunity, right? This is a massive wasted opportunity, which is that in America, and I know that like Republicans have tainted the brand of like the Green New Deal or whatever, but genuinely that's what is necessary. What is necessary is a massive wartime sized investment in American manufacturing to bring back good paying jobs for Americans. And in the process, like have the government going in and making these things more efficient. Oh, it's going to cost a lot of money to replace your cooling system. Well, guess what? The government's going to come in and do it instead because we need to adapt or die. That's really where we're at with this climate crisis. It's where we're at with this economic crisis. And one of the ways we can get out of both is by putting the American people to work in a way that is dignified, to work in a way that is noble, to build renewable energy and save the fucking planet. This is not just like how do we save the US economy from crumbling? How do we do this? We've done it before. We have mobilized this entire country to do great things in the past. We can do it again. And all we have to do this time, we don't have to send our children to die on a beach in Normandy. This time we just have to get good paying jobs. This time we just have to build things with dignity. This time we just have to save the planet for our children and our children's children. And all we have to do is build the capacity to build again. And then we put that to work to build a new world where we can actually live and not have to worry about the sun cooking us to death, not have to worry about running out of water, not have to worry about all this bullshit. But until we get these lunatics out of office, they are going to do their damnedest to make everything worse. They are going to do their damnedest to fuck over all of us in order to enrich themselves. Okay? What we need are jobs that pay a living wage. What we need is to save the fucking planet. And what we need is to ensure that we will have clean drinking water in perpetuity. So if that means tax the rich, tax the rich. If that means Medicare for all, get Medicare for all. If that means the government comes in with the Army Corps of Engineers to build factories where you can produce solar panels and wind turbines, so be it. If that means building new tech and doing new things in order to save the things we love and the land we love, then so be it. Let us do those things. This is I'm so fucking sick of Republicans running with this narrative like they're the ones that are good with money, like they're the ones who are going to like save the environment. They'll we're going to conserve things. Don't worry about it. Like, no, you're not. You're trying to ruin and rape all of the land. It is disgusting. And I'm sick of it, and we know the way out. So if you would like to get involved in creating that way out, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Let's get more progressive voices in the room so that we can unfuck this country, unfuck the Democratic Party, and, build the future that we need. And also, if you need help joining your local Dems or your local DSA, you can join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. They both have years of experience doing this. Get involved with them. They will show you the way. Okay? And also, if you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm. Please comment. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. I'm wearing it right now. It is comfy as hell. It is my go-to. It has my stamp of approval. So go check that out. ImogeneOlivia.com. There's a link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. Also, you got to keep buying that lingerie so that we can we can make new styles and such. You gotta keep on it. I'll see you tomorrow. The show's not ending. Can't stress enough. Show is not ending. Pack 1996. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I don't know why it's not reading your message, but I'll read it. Elon landed in my town here in Louisiana so he can negotiate building a launch pad in our fucking wetlands. Fuck the Republican Party. God, the first person to run on stripping Elon Musk of all of his wealth wins 1 billion votes. Hope the world gets better. You know, I'm done hoping. I gotta roll up my sleeves and try and make it better myself, you know? All right. Okay. So, folks, we have actually been going for over an hour now, believe it or not. So if you've gotten anything out of the show so far, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider sharing the stream around, and also consider financially supporting the stream. You guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks showing up and financially supporting me day after day. I really fucking appreciate it. And anyway, here's the little song that lets you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click.
How would you respond to these?
Yo, I've been thinking about that trans girl with the sloth all day. I know. Rest in peace. So it's a truly heartbreaking story. Ugh. This country is too cruel to trans people.
Financial support for brightening my feed.
Nathan, thank you for the $20 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Wait, which trans girl? May. Happened a while, several weeks ago, but the video went up today on my channel. You can look at that on your own time. I think it's the second most recent video. Also, Runestone Druid, who writes, the closest active chapter to me is Chicago, which is 3 hours by train. If you want to form a closer chapter, we can help you do that. GamerG in the Discord has helped several people form new chapters of DSA. She can help you with yours if you want to do that too. Otherwise, you can attend DSA meetings digitally over the internet. Just as a couple ideas. Let's see. Where's the link on the channel? You can find it. I believe in you. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna go into this a little blind. All right, just a little blind as a treat. Here we go, folks. So, folks, I've been wondering what PragerU has been up to recently, and I just went and looked at their YouTube videos to see what jumped out at me, and one in particular jumped out at me here, which I thought might be worth diving into. It's about a 7-minute long video, from their show Theological, and this one is, was Jesus a leftist? And I figure, you know what? Let's jump into it. Let's do it. I have not watched this. No idea where this is gonna go. Here we go.
How would you respond to those critics that say he's a leftist?
Okay.
He doesn't like this capitalist meritocracy that you're describing.
So, couple things there. First of all, socialism, or having to describe communism, socialism. I don't think Christians have any problem with that if it's just me being super radically generous to the poor. Right. I've never heard a Christian be like, "You can't give your money away. You gotta court it and like build a skyscraper or a statue to yourself." Like, Christians are totally okay with radical, and always have been, by the way, statistically. The actual data, I know that the stereotype is Christians are greedy and capitalist, whatever. The actual data shows that evangelical Christians...
I'm sorry, what? The stereotype is Christians are greedy?
Greedy and capitalist, whatever.
No. That's not the stereotype. The stereotype is that, Bible-thumping, like, pastors and, like, the kinds of righteous gemstones televangelist types are greedy, which is demonstrably true. They have private jets. They put on elaborate, like, musical productions every week. Like, when we're talking about the stereotype is specifically related to people who are going around grifting off of Christianity, right? And I guess also the stereotype would be related to, like, the Catholic Church as an organization that is taking all this money from so many people in order to build elaborate cathedrals while the members of their churches, like, starve or get abused by priests, right? Like, that when people think about Christian stereotypes, it's not greedy. I guess maybe capitalist would be a more fair one, because you do have a lot of, like, this idea of capitalist meritocracy, or like this idea that you can judge a person's morality or by the ways in which God has blessed them materially, which comes out of kind of that Protestant movement in early America, which again grows into the modern prosperity gospel. But I still wouldn't say these are stereotypes broadly applied. We're talking maybe the Protestant work ethic. Exactly, Micah. But okay.
The actual data shows that conservative evangelical Christians give like twice as much as any other religion. Maybe Mormons give roughly comparable amounts, but they tie that double the rates of secular people, progressives. So actually, Christians are following at least...
There aren't many hospitals named after atheists.
Exactly right.
I do want to back up real quick, right?
How would you respond to those critics that say he's a leftist? He doesn't like this capitalist meritocracy that you're describing.
So
what's really interesting to me is that this guy asks the question, was Jesus a leftist? And the other guy responds essentially by saying, well, look at how generous Christians are. Which isn't really an answer to the question, is it?
Twice as much as any other religion. Maybe Mormons give roughly comparable amounts, but they tie that double the rates of secular people, progressives. So actually...
Also, what's very interesting to me here, let's back this up real quick.
Give like twice as much as any other religion. Maybe Mormons give roughly comparable amounts, but they tithe at double the rates of secular people, progressive.
Now, what's interesting to me is he uses the word tithe here. And that's obviously
Atheists
a problem.
don't tithe, and what if we don't count church as charity donations? How
Yeah,
does that change the numbers?
exactly, Nathan. Like, you are in certain religions, you are mandated by God and the church you are a part of to give 10% of what you make to the church. That is what a tithe is. To give a percentage of what you make to the church. And when he's specifically talking about giving out of generosity, and then he uses the word tithe, what that says to me is that this is not the same thing. Right? Like, are you conflating giving money to the church as giving to charity? Because those are not the same thing.
So actually, Christians are following at least.
There aren't many hospitals named after atheists.
Exactly right. Yeah. So number one, I've never heard Christians say you can't be radically generous with your money. What Christians have a problem with is the government taking your money to be generous with your money. I think that's a different discussion entirely. Jesus is commanding his followers to be radical.
Is it though? Is it a different discussion entirely? Because when we're talking about a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, would that not entail Christians in turn being commanded in the name of their God to do these things? Right? Like, if you believe that it is good to house the homeless, if you believe it is good to feed the hungry, you believe it is good to clothe the poor, would you not, in a society, want to use the tools at your disposal, which include more than money, in order to see that to fruition? Right? Like, if we were to meet him on his home turf here, there's a parable told by Jesus about essentially a bunch of field hands are given a certain amount of money, and they are told to go out in the world and to come, when they come back, to give all the money that they're able to make with that amount of money back to their father or whatever. I'm butchering this, but the general gist of it is that after a year, the guy comes back and is like, okay, what do you got? And like, one guy, he didn't do anything with it. Yeah, the parable of the talents. One guy didn't do anything with it. He's just like, here it is. I kept it safe. And he's berated for not doing more with it. You had the opportunity to use this money to do great things, and you did not. And then you have the guy who, went forth and prospered with it. I think there was also a guy who lost it, but that's fine. And then you have the guy who went out and did more. And in this particular case, if we're going to just adopt the framework here for a moment, is this not the case of the parable of the talents writ large? You were given not just money, but the opportunity to intercede on the behalf of others for their welfare, and you chose not to do that. Kinda seems like that isn't exactly what God commands in the New Testament here, is it? I think adopting the framework is the problem. You can't go and play by house rules when the house cheats to win. No, but that's the problem, right? Because that question, would Jesus have been a leftist, is inherently adopting the framework. So we're going to adopt the framework to answer that question.
Generous with their own possessions. He's not advocating for the government to just take your stuff and do that stuff that you're supposed to be doing yourself, which is a challenge to us as Christians.
But also, again, abstracting the government into being something that is not democratic and is just some kind of ethereal entity that is unaccountable to human beings is a problem. The government isn't a magic entity like God. It is, in fact, a real thing constructed by us.
I think in a society where we feel like we're overtaxed, we're like, well, the government will do that for me. And I'm like, no, Jesus says you need to go help the poor. You need to take care of widows and orphans in their distress. You need to do.
Yeah, but what does that mean in a modern context? What does that mean in a modern context? What that means in a modern context is building a system that takes care of the poor, building a system that takes care of the sick, building a system that takes care of the elderly. Like, I certainly would assume these guys would be against, for example, a government that kills anyone who's over the age of 25. Like, they just get Logan's Run. Okay? I assume they'd be against that. Because that would be, you know, a violation of, like, human dignity. In a similar way, one should be against a government that enforces poverty conditions on the poor. One should be against a government that enforces suffering on the destitute. And one should seek to change said government to fix those problems.
Those things, not because, not just outsource that to the government. So I think we're mixing categories here. Jesus is not.
You aren't outsourcing it to the government. That's literally what you're called to do. You are called, like, to use another parable here, you got the parable of the Good Samaritan, right? The Good Samaritan doesn't just use his money and give his money to this.
Essentially, you should be good on a personal level, but to neglect the wider systemics of it all is also important.
No, but the argument I'm making is that being good on a personal level also entails using the tools in the system that exists in order to help more people, right? Like, if the government systems are a tool, which they are, and money is a tool, which it is, then Christians are called not just to use only one certain tool to help the poor, they're called to help the poor with all the tools available at their disposal. That's the point I'm trying to make. The parable of the Good Samaritan is about how the Samaritan uses not just one tool, not just two tools, but all of the tools available to him in order to help somebody in need. And so when this guy is like, well, I mean, on the one hand, you have your personal goodness, and that's what you're being called upon to cultivate. Fuck everything else. Like, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit cop-out answer.
Describing socialism as a political system, he's talking about our attitude as believers who follow him. That's one obvious thing. The other thing, too, is that I know people like to, even Christians can do this, they read the red letter text of the Bible, meaning the stuff that Jesus actually said while he was on earth, and Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the Gospels. But Jesus inspired the whole Bible, right? He didn't just inspire stuff in the Gospels. He inspired Paul's letters and Peter's letters, the Old Testament. And so we have to look the whole sweep of Scripture and say, what does it talk about? It does talk about radical generosity. It does, just all the time.
I'm sorry, but the idea that radical generosity does not entail creating a society in which the society itself is radically generous? Like, it's just bullshit. Like, I'm sorry. Jesus did not advocate to take part in making government work well for you and your community. I disagree. When you, like, I'm sorry, I spent a lot of time reading the Bible. I grew up in this religion. I'm here to tell you that when you read what he said in the Bible, or is alleged to have said in the Bible, the idea that he did not call upon people to use every tool at their disposal to help their fellow men, you cannot walk away from that text thinking that. Centering Christian nationalism in a conversation about egalitarianism is asking to lose. If you think that's what I'm doing, I suggest you leave now and never come back. Thanks.
Times you have to care for the widow and orphan, protect the innocent, the vulnerable. God's a father of the fatherless. But it also talks about laziness and good stewardship of our resources. Paul writes to the Thessalonians, he says, if you don't work, you don't eat. He doesn't want us to become lazy and entitled. Then that's not.
But also, the assumption here is that a society in which, like, there was systemic care for the poor and the needy and the homeless would make people lazy and entitled. There's no evidence to bring that up. That's just a fucking assumption. I mean, you said you're taking their framework. Yeah, their framework on the existence of this entire God in seriousness. Like, the framework I'm talking about isn't fucking Christian nationalism. The framework I'm talking about is the existence of this guy and the validity of what is attributed to him. It's meeting them on their own turf to talk about the points of theology. My point is that they are both wrong on the theology, and they are wrong to be Christian nationalist. Both can be correct.
I'm not saying that's a message for non-Christians per se, but it is the biblical principles that no, God expects you not to just mooch off of others.
Sorry, not both Christian nationalism and the text. I mean, like, both are not valid in my mind, right? I'm neither a Christian nationalist nor a Christian, but I am saying here that if we even just adopt the framework of Christianity here, they are incorrect.
Now, it's not to say that we shouldn't be merciful and compassionate. It's just there's more than just like the red letters in the Bible too. And I would even argue those red letters directed primarily to Jesus' followers and how we should respond personally. He's not talking about how the government should organize society.
And
yeah, no, that's true. He's not broadly talking about the government that organizes society, but also Jesus didn't live under a democracy. That seems like an important component here. When we're talking about living under a democracy, that opens up an entirely different kind of tool to use in the effort to better your fellow human beings' lives. Like, that's the entire premise, if we are even just going off of what he just said, that, well, Jesus is just talking about personal agency. He's not talking about the government. You know, under a democracy, you have personal agency when interacting with the government. You have personal agency when decisions get made in society. That's an important component here. Yeah, Big Jerry, you gotta stop saying rightoid. Please stop.
And somewhat relatedly, I've seen that many Christian pastors who fall on the far left of the political spectrum, they will take biblical quotes so remarkably out of context.
Yeah.
And this is a quick plug for why it's really important, whether you're Christian or Catholic or Jewish, you should absolutely read the Bible in Hebrew, because one of the quotes they use so often, which really bothers me, is they'll say, we will be a sanctuary for illegal immigrants. We're not going to cooperate with ICE because we're told to love the stranger, love the stranger. But in Hebrew, the word is ger, and ger is
sojourner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It really is not the illegal immigrant that Jesus was referring to. Let me ask you one last question. You began this conversation somewhat dismissive of lived experiences, and I'm sympathetic to that as well.
Yeah.
I don't think lived experiences trump.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. just real quick. Like, what's interesting to me here is, read it in the original Hebrew. But that would only really apply to the Old Testament or the Tanakh. Because I'm pretty sure the earliest, like, New Testament manuscripts are in Greek. So again, these guys don't know what they're fucking talking about it. They don't know what they're talking about.
Empirical truth.
Yes.
Having said that, though, Christianity and religion itself very much does require relationships and emotion.
Like, I guess I just want to point out here that if we're already if we're talking about go back and read it in Hebrew, we're already talking about something that's abstracted from the original text. Yeah, the Bible wasn't written in English? No.
Attachments of sorts.
The early church texts were written in Aramaic, not Greek. Yeah. But a lot of what we have still to this day are in Greek. The originals would have been written in Aramaic. I'm not sure how many copies of or scraps of the Aramaic we have. But like, broadly speaking, we're talking about translations from Greek.
Would you respond to African Americans or even African American Christians who say that your critique of critical theory, in particular critical race theory, does in fact dismiss their lived experiences?
So I think the word you used was Trump, not in the President Trump.
Yes.
But the problem is lived experience trumping empirical evidence. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, lived experience can be a source of knowledge. Like if you ask me, what's the best restaurant in Durham, North Carolina?
Okay, but also the Dead Sea Scrolls they're specific to the Old Testament. The Dead Sea Scrolls predate New Testament writings by several centuries. I think like 3 centuries, if I'm right. But like, when we're talking about the New Testament, which is what he was talking about, worth noting, Greek.
I'd tell you through my lived experience of the restaurants, right? So you can get knowledge and that you don't have it because you live in Los Angeles. So the point is, absolutely, lived experience can be a source of knowledge. But if I claim the best restaurant is this restaurant and you're like, it doesn't even exist, it's the wrong state. You get to, well, that's my lived experience. I'd say, no. We have to hold up your lived experience to the scrutiny of one, objective reality, and also the Bible. So where we get this, it's very clear this is a problem with gender ideology, where people's lived experience.
Yes, the Bible, famously something so clear that no one has ever fought any wars over it whatsoever. Yeah, the Bible is so clear that we're just going to pretend that Jesus Christ was a super capitalist as portrayed in the pages of the New Testament. Okay.
Of their gender trumps the actual evidence of their chromosomes. That's the sort of the best example of lived experience trumping reality.
Yeah, because you know the Bible, how it talks very clearly about chromosomes, for sure.
And they demand that everyone bow to their lived experience as, say, the other gender, when we're not allowed to push back and say, no, you're not a woman, you're a man, and you should embrace that as your identity that God's given you.
Okay, but gender and sex aren't the same thing. And this is a problem for these guys because they definitely don't treat gender and sex as the same thing in their day-to-day lives. And if they did, it would necessitate horrors visited upon other people that would surely land them in prison. Again, these guys are full of bullshit, both on the biblical ground that they want to argue on, and on like the actual reality ground that we are forced to inhabit alongside them.
So I think that's the problem. And we have, I think a lot of it.
What the fuck does that have to do with whether Jesus would be into capitalism and a leftist or a leftist? Nothing. It's literally Literally nothing. They can't even stay on the same argument.
Issue also is that Christians very rightly reject racism and actual sexism, and because we realize, again, the Bible says we're all created in God's image, that God redeems people from every tribe and tongue and nation, and I think that
Christians, it's important to note, historically, have not very notably always rejected racism. like very infamously have not done that. The KKK were Christians. When we look at the people who were defending slavery in the United States on the basis of, black people being subservient to them, Christians, they used the Bible to argue that it backed up their view of black people as lesser than. Like, we've gone over this when we talked about Pastor Joel Webbon and like some of the hateful things that have come out of the far-right church in America. Like, we've talked about this. They will give actual sermons still in 2026 about how actually we're not racist, but those who descend from the holders of the mark of Cain, they're actually a completely different species or a different type of human. Like, it's just, again, what he's saying here is bullshit. If you have any grounding in like American history in particular, but you can look at basically any old place where you've got Christianity pop up, and you will find a society that has been rooted in essentially the awful reality of race science, and also its bastard child, eugenics. It's all fucking pseudoscience, man.
A lot of Christians who are sympathetic to critical race theory, they think all that critical race theory is teaching is that racism is bad, right? And I would just urge them, if that's they think of it, is to read actual primary sources by critical race theorists themselves, who will say outright that critical race theory from its inception has been about seeing racism, sexism, and heterosexism as all forms of oppression that must be dismantled simultaneously. I mean, you have lines from like Abraham.
Oh no. Racism, sexism, things that need to be dismantled? I don't know, man. If you oppose that, it kind of sounds like you might be one of those Christian racists that you are saying don't exist.
Kendi, who says you cannot be an anti-racist if you're homophobic or transphobic. You can't be. Like,
and I reject that. I'm homophobic and transphobic, and I'm not a racist. I love that this guy is just like, whoa, guys. I hate gays and trans people, but I'm not a racist. Like, what? How about you stop all three? How about you stop being all three, though?
Heterosexism? Ah ha ha ha.
Are you telling me that bigotry needs to go? The horror. What would we do in a world without bigotry?
You don't even call yourself that because you must be on board with feminism, anti-capitalism, he said.
I mean, it's unlikely, but technically possible. It is technically possible to be a racist and not transphobic and not homophobic. And it is possible to be homophobic but not transphobic or racist. But also, if you have a view of the world that is complicated and takes a number, dare I say, an intersectional approach that views the problems that affect all of us, one notices that there is quite an intersection between racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia. There's quite a lot of overlap here. You'll see the same arguments regurgitated against each group in an effort to, subjugate all of them. So, I think Ibram X. Kendi might have been cooking there.
anti-transphobia, anti-homophobia. All of those things are part and parcel of not just his weird theory. The earliest critical race theorists will say that. And again, if you're skeptical of those claims about critical race theory,
by the way, I love that this guy brought that up as if like that's a crazy thing. Like someone can be anti-racist and anti-homophobia and anti-transphobia and anti-sexist. Impossible.
I've written 2 books with my co-author, Dr. Pat Sawyer, with thousands of words of primary source quotes. And we come down very hard on actual racism. It's wrong. It's evil. And the history of race in America is terrifying and bad. And we should grieve over that. We can do so while maintaining a biblical view of race, gender, and sexuality.
Incredible stuff from the minds over at PragerU. So to summarize here, was Jesus a leftist? I guess they're trying to argue no, because he's just calling on you personally to be a good person. But, if the society you live in is bad, that's fine.
Voltron be like.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like, even if you just take it at face value, like, which you shouldn't, just to be clear, even if you take it at face value, the idea that you should personally be a good person, but the society you live in, you shouldn't work to improve it. I honestly, it just kind of seems to me to be a cop-out, like the kind of cowardly bullshit someone might say about, like, abolitionism in the early United States. Like, oh, no, we're just calling for abolition to be a good person. We don't actually want to change the policy of the state. Like, what? No, of course you do. Of course you do. So was Jesus a leftist? I guess he was a leftist for, in their mind, for individuals personally, but when it comes to politics, completely agnostic, which sounds, not at all consistent or logical. Anyway, also then for some reason a tangent into, like, trans people and rant about anti-racists being bad, actually. God. Anyway, it's objectively very funny because Jesus, just from a plain reading of the text, is very clearly calling for, followers to clothe the clothless, home and house the homeless, feed the hungry, treat the poor. And it kind of seems like if you had all adhered to this ideology or to this religion, it'd be patently obvious that you are called upon to support, through whatever means you have, and facilitate that happening. Anyway, look up Pat Sawyer, his co-author. I have no idea who this is. Just real quick. What is CRT? It should we be concerned? Let's see. As a faculty member in the social sciences in a state institution, critical social theory is the water I swim in, the air I breathe. As an academic and conscientious Christian, justice concerns drive much of my scholarship and all of my praxis, activism. Consequently, critical race theory, a prominent critical social theory concerned about racial justice, has a place in my teaching, scholarship, and praxis. I say this to underscore that while this series will be net critical of CRT, that doesn't mean that CRT has nothing to offer to social analysis. Maybe this is not the right. Maybe this is not the right one we're talking about here. Unless, he's lying, which is possible. I tried to click the link through to read the actual post from Christianity Today that wrote at length here, but the link is dead at 404s. So I guess we won't be able to jump into that. Anyway, he did then go on to write like several different articles talking about the dangers of critical race theory. So I do think that maybe that might be the right guy. Anyway, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. I do appreciate a good comment every now and then, and it really helps in the algorithm. And folks, get organized. If you don't want these people to take over our government, you gotta get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help getting started, you can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. I'm wearing it right now. It's very flattering. It's very cool. It is my go-to bra, and honestly, my go-to panty. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description, and let's keep on going. It's all good, Caranale. I've not watched Black Jesus. I'm going to force myself to do keto by throwing out all my carb-rich food. Thoughts? I mean, you do you. Just make sure you're doing it safe. I would recommend the Mission Zero tortillas. They're delicious and keto-friendly and high in fiber. Just be careful not to snack on them too much because they're very high in fiber. The Mission ones are the best. I really fucking love the Mission tortillas. I'm not even doing a keto diet. I like high fiber tortillas. They're great. Instantly up in my game when I'm eating beans. I heard that as a keto and not keto, and I assumed the chatter was going to go Steven Seagal on their carbs. All right, folks, we are an hour and 47 minutes in. If you are enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and you know what? Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I literally could not do it without you fine folks. And as a diabetic, literally use those enchiladas tonight. Hell yeah, Werix. Top tier. Anyway, hit that button. Good night, Jazz Dog. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah. Whew. Jack, I know you speak about DSA. I noticed Spider-Man, who punched Jake Lang, held an FRSO sign, and this was my first exposure to them. What is your opinion on them? I got to be honest. I don't have much of an opinion on them. I know they've been around for a while. That being said, like I haven't seen them accomplish much, which is kind of like one of the things and one of the reasons I advocate for DSA is because DSA gets shit done. And it's large enough to get shit done. You know? It is, to date, the most successful socialist organization in US history. Even compared to the height of the previous height of socialist organizations in the United States, which was, 1920s, 1930s. So I'm not entirely sure about their ideology exactly. My understanding is, I'm just kind of like, I would have to see them actually accomplish something, rather than an impotent circle jerk, which is what a lot of smaller leftist
Met
orgs
Jamie
become.
Age running for NC11. Says he will hold the administration, ICE and Israel responsible, but didn't say he'd vote to abolish ICE. 1 to 10 how Seuss is this?
Met Jamie Auger running for North Carolina 11, says he will hold the administration, ICE and Israel responsible, didn't say he'd vote to abolish ICE. 1 out of 10 how sus is this? I gotta be honest, I don't know enough about Jamie Auger. Does he have it would really depend on, has he done enough to earn the benefit of the doubt? If no, it's a lot more sus. If yes, then less sus. But knowing nothing else, I would put that at like a solid 8. It's pretty sus. Also, Spot Dogs, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Appreciated. Let me just take a look here real quick. Okay. Here we go. All right, that was a fun little return to form with PragerU. I enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed it too, because there's probably going to be more of it today. All right, how we doing, chat? How you guys feeling? You doing okay? You eating right? Let me check how we're doing on the likes. We're about 2 hours into stream. Just take a quick look here. You know what? I'm pleasantly surprised. Now, I do want to say, by the way, we have right now a great thing. And that is Imogene Olivia lingerie. My partner started it specifically to make cute femme lingerie for trans folks, and I think it's really wonderful. It's the best underwear I've ever had. And you can buy it too. And I think it's really wonderful and really cool. And I just, things are hard enough for trans people right now, and trans folks. Like, your life doesn't have to be made harder by underwear that was made for a body type that is other than yours, And I don't know. I know it seems a little weird to be talking about underwear, like, but it makes such a huge difference. It's like the foundation of your day. How it makes you feel is really important. Are all the headlines done? No. Great news, my divorce was finalized today. I'm free. Hell yeah. What is happening? I'm just talking a chat. Because I think Imogene Olivia is cool. And people who like it should buy it. Sorry, I meant the Goombas. Oh yeah, they came here the other day too. Do they ship to the UK? Yes. Do they do big sizes? Yes. Take a look at the size chart and make sure you size yourself appropriately, but it goes up quite a bit, and it is worth noting that the sizing is different than what someone may be used to. So for reference, I think we go up to accommodating like a very large band size. And just check real quick if I have the actual number written down somewhere. Let's see. Actually, wait, I have a better way. Okay. Yes. So we currently have up to a 48 band size, but can fit up to a 50-inch band size worn snugly. We are also looking into getting larger sizes as well. And if you need something bigger than that, like shoot an email and we can probably make that happen. Frankly, we just need more size data to make it larger because it's not as simple as just make bigger. There's complex math involved for it to fit right. They're still non-tuck, right? They are non-tuck. Correct. You're welcome, K-Thing. I got you. Imogene Olivia is cool. Oh, also, somebody the other day said something really nice about Imogene Olivia, and it made my partner really happy. If you could say that same nice thing in a review on the website, it would really help out. Okay. I love the website, just don't like the styles, although in my recent searches I have found some surprising local My Country place and cannot wait until it arrives. Well, I'm glad. What does non-tuck mean exactly? A lot of panties are designed with cis women in mind, obviously. And so they do not have a lot of space for trans women or non-binary folks who might have unforeseen bits down there. And so it being non-tucking means that there's extra space, there's a wider gusset, it's called, to give a little bit more support and to accommodate folks who have different bits. But it's also very comfortable for people to wear who, have a vagina. Because you know what? Sometimes people with vaginas want wider gussets too, okay? Racists killed Jason Arday. He killed himself after being exposed for being a fraud. You should stick around, because we're going to be talking about it. We haven't covered it yet. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Republicans are not crashing the economy. I suggest you back up the stream towards the beginning because we already covered that in the first hour of the show. So, all that being said, I will BRB. When I get back, we will talk about Jason Arday and his slaying at the hands of white supremacists. So, I suggest, by the way, that you buckle up for that one because we're going to go places, and they're probably not places that you are expecting. So, with that being said, BRB.
Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that, because that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit. Hello, I return. Are you guys ready? And folks, just as a reminder, we are at 445. We are 55 subs away from our incredible psychedelic adventure into Titanium Daydreams, a very weird PS1 looking film that I'm excited for us to experience together. All right? Are you guys ready to dive in? to the segment. Will I lose my shit like I did in the Matt Walsh segment? I don't know. No, but let's do it anyway. Yeah, Ophelia, I love it. All right. Let's do this. Just make sure my sleeves are rolled up properly. There we go. Cool. Do I feel all grown up after my birthday? I mean, I do feel old as fuck, but not all grown up. I don't think I'll ever feel grown up. I think feeling grown up is a fiction. You know? Are you still a Toys R Us kid? I was never a Toys R Us kid at the beginning because we didn't have a Toys R Us near me growing up. There was one in the Mall of America and like one by the side of the road, but we never went to them. Do you feel the aging? Yeah, I mean, like, I gotta be honest, like, just before, if we're just shooting the shit before we get into this, like, the aging that I feel at the moment is largely the product of being a woman on the internet doing a show where I'm on camera for like 8 hours, you know? Like, the aging I feel is the knowledge that I have embarked on a journey in front of a camera, something that I feel inherently uncomfortable doing, where I know that my success as a woman is largely dependent on looking good / cool. You know, like I have chosen a profession that necessitates me making an appearance.
Playworld Kid for Life need a giant tunnel place for adults to have fun.
I have no idea what that means either, Nathan. I'm sorry. Growing more beautiful every year. You know, I would love to believe that, but I guess part of what I experience is both the knowledge that I am incredibly on screen, right? And so in part of the success of what I do is dependent, of course not a huge part of it, but it in part dependent on my presentation. So that puts a lot of pressure on me to look a certain way. And also the fact that I'm a trans woman puts a lot of pressure on me because I want to hit my goal. You know, I want to look like my goal look. And so I guess my primary pressure right now is my goal look and less like aging. But I mean, ideally I'd like to age gracefully, and despite getting old, I would like to continue to look hot and cool. And I think you can do both. Yeah, I think you can both be old and hot, you know? Gillian Anderson proves this. You know? You can be old and hot and cool. And I guess that's my goal. Like, I want to have fun and be silly and cool and like the best version of myself. All right. You're super hot, Jack. Thank you, Story of the Bard. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate you guys supporting the show. And I appreciate it. It really does matter that you guys make
Jack
these subs
the
and
Silver
donos.
Fox.
I mean, look, I'm gonna continue to be a redheaded silver fox, you know? I guess that would just make me a fox. A red-headed fox doesn't really make any sense, does it? Jack, do you have gray hair? Not that I know of. I don't think so. Somebody who had survived 30-something years of testosterone, that's a powerful goal to have? Hell yeah. Do you mean a foxy chick? I mean, yes and no. Yeah, Gillian Anderson is cool and dreamy, but she's not the same as she was in the 90s, right? Like, she's just as cool and as dreamy, but like in a different way, and I think that's wonderful. All right. Insolent JDNLC, that's a great gift. All right. Folks, you are now almost 50 subs away from the goal. Let's keep on trucking, okay? Anyway. Oh, and also, do consider coming over to riverboat.gg. It's the chat on screen, and I get a slightly higher percentage of the money you throw my way, which is pretty cool. And you get to support the primarily the Democratic Worker Co-op that puts together my website. Anyway, let's go. Oh boy, this is going to be a doozy, chat. Let me just refresh these tabs and we will jump into it.
For the left.
Ah. Jump scare. No, I don't think we need that. Go. Okay. Skip over those to avoid some spoilers. There we go. All right. Abyssal List, thanks for placing the review. Okay, here we go. So, folks, it is time for us to talk about the white supremacist slaying of Jason Arday. Now, for those of you who have been out of the loop or might not know what I'm talking about, I'm going to summarize at the top here. Jason Arday was an academic. He was doing active academic work and basically minding his own business pretty successfully. And a man by the name of Nathan Kofnas posted a series of allegations on his Substack called Nathan Kofnas Newsletter. The article in question is titled DEI Fraud and Cover-Up at Cambridge. And, it's a pretty lengthy piece talking about the supposed, wrongs of this man, Jason Arday. And, it's quite lengthy, and it garnered a lot of attention, right? And, it goes on, There's a lot here. But this led to a media pile-on. The British media began hounding Jason Arday. He was subjected to multiple investigations from various different educational institutions into whether or not he had plagiarized his work, as was alleged. And, of course, you also have what that resulted in, which was his suicide. And it is an overall very tragic situation. It's a tragic situation. It's deeply sad. And when we are talking about the slaying of this man, we are talking about specifically how this was perpetrated by white supremacists to further white supremacy. The situation that led to his death was manufactured. It was not one that was accidental. It was one that was, in fact, I would argue, decades in the making. And I'm going to lay out the case for that. So, first of all, one of the things we should talk about is that the allegations, again, you can look at this piece, you can look at the different ways in which, it's all alleged to be a DEI overreach. They only hired him because he was black. Again, a large part of these allegations are, he was the youngest ever black professor at Cambridge. But he lied about everything. And you can look here that there were some heavy citation allegations here. This entire part here, you have different call-outs from Nathan Kofnas talking about how this looks very substantially similar to this, etc., etc., etc. You know, specifically Arday's 2015 dissertation compared to Zwazdiak Meyer's 2009 paper. And so there's a lot here. Obviously, there's a lot of different instances of alleged plagiarism. And a couple of things, and we're going to get to these in due time. Don't worry about this. It is important to note that his educational institution that awarded him a PhD for this paper looked at that paper, looked at that dissertation, and said, we are going to allow you to keep this PhD. And that, I think, is pretty both interesting and rather underreported. You have all of these allegations of plagiarism, and yet the institution is saying, well, actually, his PhD stands. And I think another important element here is to ask, who is Nathan Kofnas? And actually, what's really interesting is that just last year, this story was rather all the rage. In Varsity, University clears Don accused of abhorrent racism. And there's a picture of Nathan Kofnas right there. University's internal investigation launched last year has dismissed all complaints against Nathan Kofnas and found his ideas represented lawful free speech. Well, that all sounds relatively normal, actually. Wait a minute. So he didn't do anything wrong, right? He didn't do anything wrong, right? He was cleared of the abhorrent racism, right? Well, let's just take a look here. The University of Cambridge will take no disciplinary action against former fellow Nathan Kofnas after he was accused of abhorrent racism for controversial blog posts last year. An internal investigation into Dr. Kofnas' comments was launched in 2024 after 58 students made formal complaints accusing the philosophy academic of discrimination against black students. However, the university's disciplinary body has dismissed all 58 complaints, claiming that the blog posts did not amount to discrimination or harassment. In the blog titled A Guide for the Hereditarian Revolution, Kofnas claimed that race was linked to academic ability. He went on to argue that under a true meritocracy, black people would disappear from almost all high-profile positions outside of sports and entertainment, and that the number of black professors at Harvard would approach zero. He also advocated for the preservation of racial distinctions in society, stating that there, quote, must be some barriers set up between races in order for each one to express its own unique genius. The blog post sparked a widespread student campaign calling for Kofnas' firing, including a petition that amassed over 1,200 signatures and a protest outside the philosophy faculty. So, it's not quite like, oh, he did nothing wrong. It's more that the university was like, well, it's not technically illegal for him to say these things. Right? And
upgrading subscription.
Abyssal
Hovness can
List.
cough on D's news.
Abyssal List, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very much appreciated. So, what we have here, then, in the situation with Jason Arday is not just some well-meaning academic who is very much, just on the side of truth and academic rigor, and more so that we have a guy who left his job at Cambridge and started writing on Substack, who made allegations about a black academic. Someone that he believes has no standing to be at Cambridge. So, right away, one should think, hey, wait a minute. Maybe this Nathan Kofnas guy is not acting entirely in good faith here, and maybe the media should have seen that and thought to themselves, maybe maybe all the elements of this story aren't adding up. Right? Wrong. The media ran with a bunch of stories about how Jason Arday definitely had plagiarized, definitely was a liar, had lied about a ton of different claims throughout his life, both personally and professionally, and basically smeared him across the entire UK press. And it of course gets worse because apparently none of them looked into this Nathan Kofnas guy whatsoever. Here's a clip of him on camera talking about what he believes.
This and that sort of thing. Now, Arday was special. The reason Arday is getting a lot of attention is he took the plagiarism, which is fairly common in academia, too far. And he told these crazy lies about his personal life. And he had such an exalted position that the mismatch between the quality and the prestige was so enormous that there was a hook for a story. That was what was special about him. Not that he's a fraud, not that he's a worthless scholar. It's that there was a story. There was a basis for a news story that would capture people's attention. But, there are so many cases of people who are just like Arday, but, there isn't that kind of story potential. Well, maybe the lesson is this: what's happened if you don't give Kofnas a job, right?
Yeah, you got your own ways to retaliate. What are you going to do, do you think? You going to finish your PhD? Or no, you've already finished it. You're just going to...
No, I finished a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, so what are you going to do?
Well, I have the job currently, and I'm still waiting for the revolution to happen, and then
it's going to take a while.
Get another job.
Yeah, the revolution again that he's talking about is, of course, the hereditarian revolution where white people will finally ascend to their rightful place as the heads of academia. He's talking about the hereditarian revolution that he wrote about. He dreams of a fucking race war that will finally allow him to be recognized for his white genius.
After the revolution, I'll be the head of the Department of Eugenics and Race Science at Harvard, maybe.
Ha 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 ha! Cool stuff. Just a hard-working white philosophy professor who dreams of being the head of the eugenics board at Harvard. Yeah, he's a race realist eugenicist. Anyway, kind of seems like maybe his claims should have perhaps been taken with some grains of salt. Now, of course, this was also conducted not just by this man, Nathan Kofnas, but also by the UK media itself. Notably, the Times jumped in and said, well, actually, our analysis finds that he has impossible data in his work. Academic research by the former Cambridge professor is littered with inconsistencies, false funding claims, and reused quotes, investigation shows. And of course, you've got quite a bit of this. An audit of 5 years of study conducted by the former University of Cambridge scholar, who is the youngest black person ever appointed to a professorship in the institution's history, suggests a large parts could be fabricated. Cambridge has faced questions about academic integrity since allegations against Arday, who resigned on Wednesday, first emerged 2 weeks ago. Arday issued a resignation statement in which he said the personal cost of media scrutiny had become too great and that he no longer wished to live under constant spotlight. It followed Cambridge launching an investigation because it said new information had emerged about his academic qualifications and honorary appointments. The investigation will continue despite his resignation. Arday's resignation brings to an end a fortnight period that began when the sociology of education professor was initially accused of plagiarizing parts of his PhD dissertation he wrote in 2015. Although Arday has now stepped down, questions remain about years of his research. The findings include false funding declarations, participant quotes that appear to have been taken from another researcher's own analysis, and impossible samples, such as a breakdown of his participants' genders, which adds up to 110%. Arday has come under increasing scrutiny after allegations that he plagiarized his PhD thesis and parts of his publishing academic research. Arday denies plagiarism and was cleared by investigations at Liverpool John Moores University, where he completed his doctorate. Now, it kind of seems to me that when we're talking about whether or not this guy plagiarized in like a way that matters in academia, the well-regarded Liverpool John Moores University would probably have the final say in that via their own investigation into whether or not the PhD was plagiarized. Kind of seems like that would be a very key component of data, right? And yet, despite the fact that this initial accusation came from a gutter racist, and of course, the university in question cleared him, it continued. 6 academics say the new findings unearthed by the Times could indicate fabrication of his research. A further 2 have separately and publicly accused him of fabrication in his studies. Robert Dingwall, an emeritus professor of sociology at the University of Nottingham and former editor of 2 international sociology journals, said of the findings, the cumulative impact is pretty damning, even if some individual examples might have more innocent explanations in terms of sloppy work or coincidence. A Cambridge academic in social sciences, who asked to remain anonymous, said, "It's disastrous for Cambridge. It's disastrous for higher education and for the discipline because we trade on the belief that we do reliable, informed research. Anyone can do their own research, but our credibility comes from doing it properly and rigorously." The academic who compiled the new analysis, who asked not to be named, said he had begun reading Arday's work himself because the first public allegations of plagiarism emerged from an unpleasant source and he was suspicious of prejudice against Arday. He said, "But when I started reading, I noticed something much more concerning because the reports of the studies seemed to show signs of fabrication, which is far worse than plagiarism. And so I decided to look more closely. The more I looked, the more problems I found." Arday has previously denied fabricating any of his research. He told the Times last week, "It's more likely I've made a mistake. There's a clerical error. It's not that I've fabricated." Now, to date, there is no substantiation to the claims that he has fabricated research or fabricated any research. Okay? And I'm going to get to why that's somewhat important and what we should perhaps be somewhat skeptical of this idea that he was falsifying research and also plagiarizing extensively. We'll get to that. But it's also, I think, notable here that we have multiple anonymous academic sources here who believe that it's really important to claim that Jason Arday lied, but not so important that they'd want their name attached. Which is very interesting to me. And when we start looking even more, you get the sense of where this story really gained a lot of traction. Here is the Free Beacon, the Washington Free Beacon, a very far-right conservative, rag. Star Cambridge professor Jason Arday lied for years about raising millions for charity. Simon & Schuster scrubbed financial details from his new memoir and falsehoods from his bio. Basically, a lot of this comes down to, okay, well, actually, he's lied about raising millions of dollars for charity. He's lied about pigs' heads being sent to his parents' house. He's lied about all of this. In 2010, when he was 24, Arday, according to a blog post, claimed to have previously established a goal that when he was entering young adulthood of raising £100,000 for charity by age 25. The next goal was £250,000 by age 50. A decade later, he had inflated these goals to claim that he had sought to raise £1 million by age 40. The claims of his actual fundraising tally escalated from more than £100,000, according to a 2010 article about his purported feats as a long-distance runner, to £4.5 million for 80-plus charities per his TEDx bio in April of 2021, to just over £5 million, according to the 2021 talk he gave, to £5.5 million, according to a 2024 speech. The available records provide few specifics about which charities Arday reportedly helped fund, Save the Homelessness nonprofit shelter and Shooting Star Children's Hospice. A representative for Shooting Star told the Free Beacon that Arday had raised just £10,800 over time. A representative for Shelter said it was barred by law from sharing such information. And so, you go down here and there's a lot of innuendo. There's a lot of oh, it kind of seems like he lied. It kind of seems like maybe this is incredibly, incredibly bad faith accusations. From a source that is known for bad faith accusations, like the Washington Free Beacon. And, of course, this then all led and culminated in Jason Arday taking his own life. And it's a terribly sad situation. Do they have any actual proof for any of this? Well, what's interesting here is that we'll get to that. Now, real quick, I think it's worth looking at some of the work put out by Nathan Kofnas. All right? I'm going to come back around to Arday in a moment. But notably, let's take a look at Nathan Kofnas' writings in A Guide for the Hereditarian Revolution. All right. Let's just take a quick look here. Of course, we have AI-generated artwork. And, of course, it is AI-generated artwork of a knight with a jousting javelin with race realism written on it. Cool. Nipping at the wheels of the woke juggernaut is not going to derail it. Talking about Thomas Sowell, calling liberals the real racists, or National Review publishing as of now its 3,131st article about how Chuck Schumer is a hypocrite are not effective weapons. If we want to joust with the juggernaut and win, we need a sharper lance. Rufo's siege. Rufo here is Christopher Rufo, the guy who coined not critical race theory, DEI, who made critical race theory a common talking point. Chris Rufo, the guy who came up with trans youth in sports as a meaningful talking point for the Republican Party. That's the Chris Rufo he's talking about, right? Rufo's siege of the institutions and Hananiah's proposed legal reforms are necessary for success, but by themselves, they won't change the trajectory of the culture. Now, who is this Hananiah he's talking about? He's talking about Richard Hananiah, who is, of course, also an open sack of shit racist, who, for whatever reason, has been given this rehabilitation in mainstream media circles, as if he's a reasonable conservative. But he literally wrote this earlier this month, The Strange Secret Open Triumph of Race Science, because he's a racist. But we'll get to more evidence of that later. Suffice it to say, this guy is up there talking about how race and IQ are inexorably linked, and that it is now triumphed and become the law and understanding of the land. Which, to be clear, it hasn't. These guys live in a fantasy world where, by virtue of being white, they are supreme. Okay? Just keep in mind, Nathan Kofnas really likes Richard Hanania's ideas. Okay? That's going to be important later. But Christopher Rufo and Richard Hanania are not sufficient for what Nathan Kofnas is talking about. Any realistic path to victory over wokeism requires widespread acceptance of hereditarianism among the elites. As I explained in Why We Need to Talk About the Right Stupidity Problem, wokeism is what follows from taking the equality thesis seriously, given a background of Christian morality. If all races and sexes have the same innate distributions of psychological traits, disparities in socioeconomic status must be due to environmental factors. In practice, that means differences in outcome favoring whites or men will be attributed to past or present white racism or sexism. This triggers an all-consuming crusade against the hidden forces of discrimination. That's what wokeism is. Smart people are disproportionately attracted to the woke left because the mainstream right accepts the equality thesis, but fails to recognize its implications. Woke law and woke institutions are primarily effects rather than causes of elites being woke. Undermining the equality thesis destroys the intellectual basis of wokeism and gives the elites a reason to join the fight. The prospect of a hereditarian revolution strikes some people as inconceivable and or even more terrifying than wokeism itself. Here I argue that without hereditarianism, the fight against wokeism is futile, and that a hereditarian revolution is both feasible and desirable. Race realism is the best term to describe the scientifically correct position. When the elites accept race realism, we can construct a better world. So what he is arguing here is that effectively, wealthy oligarchs, the world's richest people, should accept race realism because it will benefit them. And because right now, because when people become smarter, people become more educated and believe in equality as a foundational concept, it turns out they want that makes them woke. And he views that as a problem that can only be solved by inculcating the belief in racial supremacy within the richest people on the planet. So, worth noting here that we have a confluence of a couple things. We've got race, obviously, but we also have class. When he's talking about elites, he's specifically talking about class. He's talking about wealthy, powerful people. Okay? And when he's talking about race realism, what he means is that effectively different races have different abilities. And race realism specifically talks about hierarchies of race. Race realism as a concept is an intellectual framework to justify white supremacy. It serves white supremacy. It is bullshit, and it's based on pseudoscience. Again, to serve white supremacy. And so, when he dreams about chairing the eugenics board at Harvard, he's being serious. That's not a tongue-in-cheek comment. And he's trying to say we need to get all of the rich people to be white supremacists. Now, I feel like that is, of course, incredibly important to talk about. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about a couple of different things when we talk about, plagiarism, which is, of course, the topic that Arday was accused of. I wouldn't say crime per se, but like the academic crime, I guess, that Arday was accused of. Because it turns out a lot of people have very different experiences of being caught doing, you know, plagiarism. And, you know, we can take a look here, for example, at New York Magazine's former editor, or columnist rather, Ross Barkan, who earlier this year was caught plagiarizing articles. Now one might think, well, I mean, he lost his job, but like, how bad could it be? This man plagiarized 67 of his columns. It was such an egregious experience that he lost his job. Notably, however, he was not hounded by the media until he committed suicide. Just an interesting note, right? In fact, you know, let's find an even better example of the effects of plagiarism. Oh, from the Financial Times and the University of Cambridge itself, Cambridge professor remains in post despite plagiarism. Huh. History academic published an article containing large parts of essays copied from one of his students. That's crazy. Dr. William O'Reilly, an associate professor in early modern history, submitted a paper that was published in the Journal of Austrian American History in 2018. However, large sections of the work had been copied from essays by one of his undergraduate students. The decision to leave O'Reilly in post casts doubt on the internal disciplinary processes of Cambridge, which rely on academics judging their peers. Oh. So, this guy also was caught plagiarizing years ago. Not hounded by the British tabloids, the British press, was not turned into a gigantic news story that could put such a constant pressure on him that he committed suicide. He actually got to keep his job. You know, the reason I'm highlighting this is because it's very apparent to me that different people got treated for the same alleged crime as Jason Arday. And it seems like the common factor here is skin color, right? Seems kind of like maybe the thing that made Jason Arday such a target was the fact that a lot of the press unquestioningly believed a white academic and attacked a black academic. And I think that's important to note in this story specifically. Now, I also want to point out here that when we're talking about this specific story, it turns out a lot of Jason Arday's claims that a lot of media outlets said were false were actually true. Isn't that weird? This comes via Middle East Eye. Jason Arday's marathon challenge and football claims found to be true after his death. Let's take a look here, okay? Particularly mocked was Arday's claim that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, but Arday does in fact appear to have completed the challenge. On the 16th of June 2010, the Richmond and Twickenham Times, a London newspaper, reported that Arday, an energetic lecturer, was sent to push his body to the limit by running the London Marathon route every day for 15 days, followed by a run from Piccadilly to Teddington and back again for the second part of the challenge. He was raising money for two charities, Shooting Star Children's Hospice and Homeless Charity Shelter. And, how's that? Look at that. There's a picture of him doing it. Clapham-based Jason Arday completes 30 marathons in 35 days for Shelter and Shooting Star Children's Hospice. In total, Mr. Arday has raised more than £100,000 for charity since he began fundraising when he was 17. Arday, then aged 24, was quoted as saying, "My mom took me to a homeless shelter when I was 17, and I was surprised to see people my age struggling for something as fundamental as a roof over their head, something I took for granted. I felt I needed to do something to help people in this situation by supporting shelters work with homeless and badly housed families. At the time, the article said, Arday was studying for a master's degree in physical education. I've been training for a few months now, and I feel confident that I will complete all the marathons within reasonable times, but I'm under no illusion it's going to be tough. I'm under no illusion, quote, comma, it's going to be tough. The news outlet My London ran a story saying Arday, a Richmond College teacher, aged 24, was taking on the challenge of a lifetime by attempting to complete 30 marathons in 35 days between the 19th of July and the 22nd of August. The article said Jason had been training since November and follows a grueling schedule, running 7 miles from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and another 7 miles between 10 p.m. and midnight. In between, he teaches at the college. On the 20th of July 2010, a Richmond and Twickenham Times article reported that Arday had completed his first marathon. These are, by the way, you can access these articles. They are available. You can, in fact, find them. Which, again, makes me really wonder, why was the word of a racist, white supremacist eugenicist taken at face value? Why did all of these conservative regs get taken at face value when applied to this guy? Where was any of the journalistic rigor? Your local Guardian story on the 13th of August then reported that the end is in sight for the energetic lecturer who has nearly reached his target of running 30 marathons in 35 days. He was local journalism was already covering him while he did this 16 years ago. Shooting Star's director of fundraising and marketing, Kim Darton, cycled alongside Arday on his 24th marathon, which was done in the early morning. He was quoted as saying, "I stayed with Jason throughout, and we shared life stories through the night. I'm stunned by this splendid man and found my moments with him tremendously inspiring." On the 25th of August, according to the Richmond and Twickenham Times, Arday completed his marathon after enduring daily ice baths and a hairline fracture to his leg. Guys, to be fully aware of this, it was taken and ran with by basically everyone on social media that this guy had been lying and making this up. That it was just something that he lied about and he never did it. And yet, this is journalistic malpractice to the extreme. And it led to a man taking his own life. Now, this quote from the Richmond and Twickenham Times, after enduring daily ice baths and a hairline fracture to his leg, right? Well, the Middle East Eye points out, you've got the Daily Mail here, saying, Cambridge plagiarism professor claimed he ran 9 marathons with broken leg that ballooned to twice the size, but photos of him at the finish line tell a different story. And when you look at the contemporaneous media coverage, it's very clear that it was a hairline fracture in his leg, a very common running injury. It makes me so fucking mad. It's infuriating. Also, just real quick here, want to show this. Here we go. This is a post from Nels Abbey on Twitter. Not that it ever really mattered, but Jason Arday did actually play semi-pro football as he said he did. And even if he didn't, nothing he did or said warranted the mass murderer-worthy press hysteria and hounding to a very predictable death that he was subject to. And also, because a lot of conservative media outlets were like, oh, he played soccer? No, he didn't. What a fucking liar. He was just making all this shit up. He's just making all this shit up.
Clap with clap, clap. I wanna love you. Hey. Treat you right. I wanna love you. Every day and every.
This is a video of Jason Arday singing in the locker room with his fellow teammates. And he played for Walton and Hersher FC and Lewisham Borough FC. He played on 2 different semi-pro football teams. It's infuriating. Like I cannot believe at this miscarriage of justice.
Clap with clap, clap. I wanna love you. Hey. Treat you right. I wanna love you. Every day and every.
It is so tremendously sad. After his death, Sarah Carney, an old friend of Arday's, told the socialist worker, by the time I knew him, he'd already raised loads of money for charity. He organized lots of events. In 2010, I was with Jason on the last of the 30 marathons he ran in 35 days. Lots of people participated because he did the same route every day. A lot of other students would meet up with him and run some of the way with him. A whole bunch of us ran with him for the second half of his last marathon. We ended up in Sloane Square in Chelsea. I've got photographs of him with various t-shirts he wore emblazoned with the charities he was raising money for. I can only vouch for the things I know to be true, and these runs were true. He wasn't an ordinary person. He was extraordinary. Like, no one bothered to check. He took his life over this article. Not this article. Not that one article. He endured non-stop press coverage. Non-stop. In both in the UK and in the United States. Global media became fascinated with this man and calling him a liar. We're talking hundreds. Hundreds. Ben Shapiro did multiple videos on this guy. Michael Knowles did videos on this guy. Matt Walsh did videos on this guy. Like, all of the host of villains in the conservosphere that you can imagine talked about this guy as the embodiment of all that was wrong with DEI and essentially black people getting into positions that they never deserved over, far more deserving white people. It was fucking bullshit. Let's just take a look here. He is listed as a goalkeeper in Lewisham Boroughs FC's first team, and was referenced in a report on a match in October of 2018. Like, we're not talking about stuff that was so long ago. You can literally find articles about him playing fucking football. God. You know what? It's just, Yeah, Jason Arday broke a rib against Leeds, so Inam comes in. He's a very strong goalkeeper, and he showed that with his penalty saves today. Dude was such a good footballer, he sacrificed a goddamn rib for the love of the game. Fucking irresponsible as shit. Arday claimed to have raised more than £5 million for charity, which has also been ridiculed. Yet he often described this in collective terms, rather than suggesting he alone raised the sum. He told The Guardian shortly before his death this month that the money had been raised through many fundraising collectives over a 2-decade period. You guys remember how the Washington Free Beacon just had a whole section about how he was actually lying about how much money he had raised? All these people alleged that he was a liar, like an extraordinary liar, somebody who would lie about raising money for homeless people, someone who would lie about raising money for children. And like, this hits home for me because, like, many of you might not know, but I got my start working with Extra Life, which is a prominent charity that raises money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. And like, they were alleging that he was lying about raising money for sick and injured kids, which, if it was true, would be one of the most heinous things I can imagine. And it was a lie. He actually did help raise that money. And to me, slandering this man for doing one of the like saying he did one of the worst lies people could think of, when actually he had followed through on what he talked about. To me, that's awful. That is one of the worst pieces of journalistic malpractice I have ever seen in my life. Byline Times found this week that the publicly identifiable charities Arday was associated with had a combined gross income of more than £1.4 billion to £1.5 billion, suggesting his claim of £5 million in collective fundraising is plausible. Arday was also accused of falsely claiming to write a book. It was reported this month that biographies of him online said he was the author of a book called Being Young, Black, and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse. But although the book has not been published, it does have a publisher, Palgrave Macmillan, and has been described as being a forthcoming title. People were saying he was lying about being an author. He had a fucking publisher for the book he wrote. Other claims Arday made about his life have been questioned, including perhaps most significantly that he could not speak until he was 11 years old, besides bits of words and various noises out of context. Some former schoolmates said he made jokes and entertained other pupils, but other former schoolmates recalled Arday not speaking and being generally removed from class for additional support. Because another component of all of this is that Jason Arday had autism. He was on the spectrum. And part of his story is that he was nonverbal, which is very frequently a component of autism, especially in young people. And so him being able to make jokes and entertaining other students in class, that's not that unusual for autistic kids to do. But you can also be largely nonverbal and still be capable of, socially interacting with peers. Those two things can coexist. And, like, I know people who are on the spectrum who didn't speak until they reached a certain age. I know people who had that happen to them. And, like, Caroline Russell Clark, a mother of one of the schoolmates, said she remembered Arday having serious learning difficulties and that I do not remember him speaking until he was playing in the same football team as my son, aged 14 to 15. People called this man a fucking liar. Just real quick. Let me pull this up real quick. Was it this one?
Black Londoners.
We're not giving time for this man to like spew lies. I'm looking very specifically. There's very specifically a video from the Daily Wire where they talk about how he was weaponizing autism, fake autism. Where was it? God, I'm not going to be able to pull it right off the top of my head. That sucks. God, racists are just stupid. They really fucking are. Oh, sorry. It's actually from this video.
James, I followed you.
From a channel called The Jolly Heretic. That makes a lot of sense that I'd have found it. Comes from this guy, who is the main guy behind The Jolly Heretic. We're actually going to be talking more about The Jolly Heretic later on in this video, so this is very convenient. But yeah, he has a video called The New Narcissism is Fake Autism, specifically talking about Jason Arday. It's great. Obviously. Yeah. Yep. As you can see, talking about it being fake right here. And again, you can see it's just nonstop coverage from the most racist people on the planet. We got, let's just, I search for foreigners in Europe's whitest city. Cool stuff. Then you've got Jason Arday, Jason Arday, Jason Arday, Jason Arday, Jason Arday, Jason
Fake
Arday, Jason
autism?
Arday.
Do the gloves need to come off?
Like, these conservative channels were obsessed with this man, both in life and in death. They can't resist. God. Now, when it comes to the claims of plagiarism, Middle East Eye actually got a really great quote from the university, right? Arday completed his PhD thesis at Liverpool John Moores University in 2015, which investigated it over plagiarism claims earlier this year. The university concluded in March that the citation issues in the thesis were the result of honest and reasonable error, and that the textual overlap with other work was well within the accepted range of compliance with the academic standards of the time. It said Arday's supervisory team had been depleted and that he had received only one formal supervision during the PhD. So what that means is usually you work rather closely with your PhD supervisory team in order to make sure that, like, if your PhD needs rewrites, it gets them done. And what that means is the professors and the institution itself did not have enough supervisory folks in order to give him the amount of supervision that PhD students need and require. Which means that also, according to their standards, it was an acceptable level of talking about a topic, using other people's language, and especially so under the circumstances of not having quite enough supervision as per normal university policy. Now, let's just take a quick look here. Most of the citation issues investigated by the university in a section on literature review involved textual overlap and similarities with work by academic Paula Zwadziak-Myers. Notably, Arday extensively cited Zwadziak-Myers in other sections of the thesis and seemed to acknowledge that he drew heavily on her work. Quote, findings were situated within categories and dimensions of mentoring and reflective practice, which helped to navigate and facilitate the purpose of the study. Ideas for this were generated from the work of Pollard 2011 and Zwadziak-Myers 2012 with regards to their conceptions of reflective practice. However, in the past 2 months, Arday has been accused of further plagiarism, which he denied. These allegations included that he had reproduced quotes from interviews conducted by other academics and that quotes from his interviews were repeated in different papers. Responding to some of these accusations in an interview with the Times last month, Arday said, "At the stage I'm at now, if I write something, I can afford a proofreader. You'll see there's a very big difference between the work I wrote post-2021 and the work I've written up until now. My writing is a lot better purely because I can afford a proofreader to read through everything I've done and sharpen up the language." And numerous academics called for an investigation into his work earlier this month. Which I do want to point out, as we get closer towards the end of this, that when it looks like, oh, well, some academics called for him to be investigated, there's another metric by which academics are usually judged, and that's the number of citations their work has. Right? The number of citations an academic has tends to represent their relative knowledge base, their skill. It tends to be a point of pride for academics. And what we are talking about here in terms of academic citation would also be that his work has been read by other academics and used to further their own inquiries and research, right? Now, I want to point out here that there is actually a pretty interesting article here by Jason Stanley that dives into this. Now, I want to take a look here because it's actually fairly important. Let's take a look. All right. If I were a journalist tasked with figuring out whether Arday deserved his academic position, the first thing I would do is the following. I would open up Google Scholar, make a list of Arday's most cited publications and the years in which they were published. Citations are field relative. A lot of citations in one field, like philosophy, are not a lot of citations in another field, like psychology, medicine, or AI. I would then take note of Arday's academic area, sociology of education. Then I would go to peer institutions of Cambridge and look up scholars in sociology of education. I would then compare the relative citations of their publications in the same years as Arday's publications. In 2026, are Arday's 2018 publications, for example, cited at the same level as the 2018 publications of sociologists of educations at other leading universities? In other words, have they had the same or similar impact in the same stretch of time? If so, that provides strong prima facie evidence of Arday's academic success. If you did this task, you would quickly find that Arday's impact is easily comparable to the leading scholars in his academic field. Arday's most cited work is to a book he co-edited. Some scholars take the impact of edited volumes seriously. I don't. I don't think citations to a book of scholar edits should count towards their impact, even if, as is in this case, it was clearly a successful venture. In fact, I get quite upset when I see edited volumes listed on someone's Google Scholar page. So let's set that aside and focus on the work he authored or co-authored. Arday is a 2016 PhD, so quite recent. In 2018, he published 4 single-authored papers, an impressive achievement. According to Google Scholar, the most cited paper of these 4 has 238 citations, the second most cited paper has 184 citations, the third has 177 citations, and the fourth has 47 citations. This is very impressive impact for a scholar right out of their PhD. A surprisingly large percentage of academic papers receive no citations at all. I know tenured philosophy professors at leading universities whose total citations are around the number of citations that Jason Arday's work from that one single year has received. As one might expect, if you do the exercise I recommended above, you will find that Arday's 2018 papers clearly compare favorably to the impact of papers published by scholars in sociology of education in leading universities in that year or surrounding ones. I've only poked around a little bit, but it's hard to find another sociologist of education who was clearly more productive and impactful in or around that year. I'm wandering around Europe trying to keep my kids alive, so this is a Substack post. But that is at least my quick impression. It is not as if Arday stopped publishing in 2018. In 2021, Arday published a paper with 3 co-authors. He is first author. That is 373 citations, a very large amount for a 2021 paper in this field. And it's clear that his work had growing impact. In 2022, he published a paper that already has 151 citations and another that already has 97 citations. I do think it's fair to say that one could have expected a little more production, but what he did publish seems to have had a real impact. Which is to say, this guy wrote a lot of stuff that hundreds of other academics relied on and read extensively. Which means they also fact-check extensively in order to use for their own research. So when we're talking about this, people called him a fake academic. They called him a liar about his charitable donations. They called him a liar about his athletic accomplishments. And it turns out all of that was substantiated. All of it was substantiated. It is infuriating. Now, it's worth noting that Nathan Kofnas has been suspended by the University of Ghent, specifically for engaging in these activities. Specifically, there is a letter that is now available. Dear Nathan Kofnas, over the past months, I've received several complaints, reports, and concerning signals from across the wider university community regarding your conduct and public actions. In particular, over the past week, additional concerns have been raised in relation to various interviews published in which you participated and the statements you made during those interviews. In this regard, I have decided to initiate a preliminary investigation as provided for in Article 28 of the Regulations with respect to disciplinary proceedings, the imposing of disciplinary measures, the preventative suspension in the interest of the service, and the taking of measures to ensure orderly conduct for staff members of Ghent University, hereinafter disciplinary regulations for staff. You can find the disciplinary regulations for staff in the Codex of Ghent University via the following link. Article 3 of the Disciplinary Regulations for Staff stipulates that any staff member may be subject to disciplinary procedure in the event of 1. Offenses that are committed in the university context. These concern either a serious breach of official/professional duties, breach of a legal or deontological duty as an officer, or an offense committed in the course of the performance of their duties, / the activities of Ghent University that such as, but are not limited to, a breach of the internal regulations included in the Codex of Ghent University. 2. Offenses committed in the context of private life, insofar as they are, on the one hand, criminally punishable, and on the other hand, have a negative impact on the functioning of the staff member or on the functioning of the service, or have a serious negative impact on the well-being of or cooperation with other staff members or students. 1. Offenses committed within the university context. During a recent podcast interview with Winston Marshall published on the 9th of August 2026, you explicitly stated that you are currently continuing your work on race realism and the hereditarian revolution at Ghent University. These public claims and the activities you describe are fundamentally inconsistent with the contractual scope of your employment and constitute a manifest violation of your professional obligations towards this university. Your employment contract, Article 1, and the vacancy for which you were recruited define your research mandate as a study of the future of liberalism, specifically focusing on liberalism as a political doctrine, emphasizing individual freedom and equality. The projects you publicly and repeatedly associate with your affiliation at Ghent University, most notably your Guide for the Hereditarian Revolution, which advocates for racial barriers and segregation, fall entirely outside the scope of your official research mandate. Pursuant to Article 4 of the Ghent University Work Regulations, employees are required to perform the work for which they were recruited and to execute their function in a loyal, careful, and upright manner. By publicly claiming to use your position and affiliation at Ghent University to advance research that is unrelated to your appointment, you are in breach of your professional duties and the loyalty required as defined in Article 3, subsection 1 of the Disciplinary Regulations of Staff. Moreover, pursuant to said rules, employees must ensure that any accumulation of activities does not entail a perceived conflict of interest or conflict with other standards established by the code. Even if your work on race realism were to be characterized as a private activity, its public association with your UGent affiliation creates a severe perceived conflict of interest and violates Article 1.5 of the code, which prohibits spreading ideas of racial superiority or inciting racial segregation. The gravity of these cumulative breaches involving deliberate public misrepresentation and misuse of the university's reputation to promote ideologies that conflict with its core values, as well as your decision to continue your research into hereditary revolution and race realism at Ghent University, contrary to the terms of your employment, concern a breach of your ethical duties as a member of staff at our university and therefore qualify as a disciplinary offense committed within the university context. Like, he fucked around and got found out, you know? He fucked around and got found out. And basically, they sent him a letter saying, "You're making us look bad, bro. You're making us look bad." And in case you're worried that, you know, he might actually suffer some kind of consequence, Trump official intervenes in suspension of Arday critic Nathan Kofnas. In letter seen by The Times, Trump's ambassador to Belgium calls for reinstatement of the American academic who made plagiarism allegations against Jason Arday. Because, of course, the Trump administration loves a fucking race realist academic. Of course. Of fucking course. Now, normally, this might be right around where we wrap up. I give some kind of outro about the horrors of white supremacy that have been embedded within our press, both on both sides of the Atlantic. I talk about the white supremacy within academia because, of course, hundreds of academics have signed a letter protesting Nathan Kofnas' suspension and the investigation into him, despite very clearly violating the University of Ghent's code of conduct. And, well, you know, that would be where it would all end, wouldn't it? However, it turns out that this goes a little bit deeper than just what we see on the surface. And this is where we get really interesting and really dark. Now, there was a really interesting expose published by Hope Not Hate back in 2024. And I remember talking about this on the show a little bit. But this expose is called Hope Not Hate is called Race Science Inc. And basically it's an undercover article going deep into the workings of the Human Diversity Foundation. And what is the Human Diversity Foundation? Well, for those of you unfamiliar with it, It used to be called the Pioneer Fund, which is a neo-Nazi organization dedicated to spreading the ideas of race realism and white supremacy, obviously. It rebranded as the Human Diversity Foundation, and by the way, has since rebranded from that to, it's called Polygenic Scores LLC now. And, well, what's really interesting about all this is that when we talk about this, you have to understand when the Pioneer Fund was rebranded as the Human Diversity Foundation, it got a little bit of attention in very specific circles. And we're not going through this entire report, though I'm going to link it in chat because I do think it is worth taking a look at. And let me just drop that link in the chats. Here we go. Before Human Diversity Foundation was registered as a company, Peter Thiel, the billionaire co-founder of PayPal and early Facebook investor, met with some of its key figures. In 2019, he flew Emil Kierkegaard out for a 1-hour meeting to discuss his work. He also met with Noel Carl, Aporia's editor. Aporia is a publication through the Human Diversity Foundation. Describing his meeting with Thiel, Kierkegaard said, "I went over there, and after that, he was so happy with the meeting, he asked me to suggest a bunch of other people. So I suggested also Noah Carl, Nathan Kafnas. All these people have already gotten the Thiel treatment and never got any money from Thiel, but certainly we know he knows about some of the stuff now." Thiel did not answer a request for comment. Now, what's also worth noting is that the Jolly Heretic is funded by the Human Diversity Foundation. You know, that guy with the funny hat who was alleging Jason Arday faked his autism. Yeah, that guy is funded by the Human Diversity Foundation. Among the Jolly Heretics' paid subscribers are the billionaire venture capitalist Mark Andreessen and the GB News presenter Nick Dixon. According to Frost, Andreessen had a paid subscription to Dutton Substack of $500 per year. Now, for those of you who don't know who Mark Andreessen is, again, he's a billionaire and he controls Andreessen Horowitz, one of the largest venture capital funds on Earth. So, you know, I find it really interesting because that's some background information that you're going to need to know, because Byline Times put together a lot of these disparate pieces of information in a way, because this has been itching my mind for a while. This story, I wanted to make sure I was able to talk about it in the detail I wanted to. And this particular article here from Byline Times puts it together really well. Nafiz Ahmed, excellent work over here at the Byline Times. The Peter Thiel-linked race science network that penetrated Cambridge University and targeted Jason Arday. Okay? Surprise! Who's behind this, you might ask? Backed by the pro-Trump Silicon Valley billionaire Peter Thiel, this network has spent a decade penetrating Cambridge University before breaching Reform UK, Restore Britain, and the pan-European far right. And let's see here, specifically. Yeah, at the ideological center of the network is Aporia, an online magazine, which serves as the public-facing arm of the Human Diversity Foundation, now known as Polygenic Scores. The Human Diversity Foundation was rebranded and relaunched version of the Nazi-era Pioneer Fund, which sought to mainstream its eugenics doctrines through Aporia. Tech billionaire Peter Thiel has cultivated ties to key actors in this network: the Cambridge professor James Orr, through whom he channeled a donation to Cambridge, to Orr's Cambridge Circle, to online magazine Quillette, which published attacks on Arday, and directly to Nathan Kofnas and Aporia senior editor Noah Carl. Orr linked this infrastructure to politics. Reform UK's head of policy and advisor to the Free Speech Union organization, he invited Aporia into national conservatism. So, all of this to say, oh wow. So there's a bunch of white nationalist neo-Nazis involved here. But what's interesting here is that a lot of what Peter Thiel seems to be doing with the Human Diversity Foundation is not exactly funding it directly, which would of course be bad for his brand, but rather meeting with the people associated with it in order to fund them indirectly and further their careers, right? In order to kind of do what Jeffrey Epstein did, which is build a network of, academics and free thinkers who all happen to support exactly what Peter Thiel wants, And I do think it's pretty interesting here because we start to see perhaps a little bit of a network forming, and you might notice a familiar face.
Hello, and welcome to this edition of the Jolly Heretic. I have a very special guest for you today, which is Mr. Rudyard Lynch, known most widely as What If Alt Hist, who does a very interesting channel on basically the rise and fall of civilizations and history and so forth. So, Rudyard, hello.
I'm not going to subject you to this full 40-minute discussion about how civilization in the West is collapsing, but it does make a lot of sense, doesn't it? All of the coverage of this guy, What If Alt Hist, that's on my channel, I keep telling you guys over and over again, I cover this guy because he's weirdly connected. And the piece of the puzzle that I was missing was exactly to what network, via whom he was connected to this, right? He went on the Jolly Heretic 2 years ago. And the Jolly Heretic, again, this insufferable man, is funded by the Human Diversity Foundation, a fucking group of neo-Nazis and white supremacists. And when we talk about why is Rudyard Lynch important, all of the guys associated with the Human Diversity Foundation are fucking bizarre, and they're old. They're old, they're out of touch, weirdo racists. And Rudyard Lynch is an out of touch weirdo racist, but he's young. He's Gen Z. And for them, that is an important bridge to make and to foster, right? Because they need to pass on their freakish weirdo racism to the next generation. That's the purpose he serves here. And that bridge into this network is why you see What If Alt Hist going on Balaji Srinivasan's podcast, the guy who wrote The Network State, the manifesto for tech billionaires like Peter Thiel. It's why you get him going on stage at events like this for The Network State.
Hi everybody, I'm Rudyard Lynch of What If Alt Hist at the Network State Conference. For those that don't know me, and I think a lot of you in this audience would, I run the YouTube channel What If Alt Hist, which started out as alternate history, and then it became anthropology, geopolitics, philosophy, culture, that sort of thing. And when I was a teenager, I had the realization, this thing can allow you to speak to anyone. And the way I...
Wow. Phones allow you to talk to anybody is a crazy idea to have. I just took a lot of brain damage there. Give me a second. He only just realized it, guys.
imagine it as like a
Hey guys, did you know shoes protect your feet, allowing you to walk farther?
mirror, and you reach into the mirror, and then you can reach anyone in the world. Most people have no comprehension of what the true scale of the internet means.
What do you think about the East? What do you think about India and China? What do you think about the internet? Are they rising, declining? Where do you think they are?
I think India's rising. I think Southeast Asia is rising.
I can't stress enough. This was played on an actual stage. There are actual people sitting in the audience watching this. When we talk about this, part of the issue here is this is funded. This, like, the guy he's talking to here isn't some nobody. This guy has hundreds of millions of dollars. He wrote a manifesto to serve people who have billions of dollars.
Great quantum leap of our era, and I think it's the most important thing to look at.
And do you think of the internet as a place or a proto-place?
I see the internet as almost like you're creating a separate dimension, and it's comparable to religion, where Christians have heaven and hell, the Buddhists have their seven hells. The internet adds different dimensions onto the earth.
We need a way to study the internet. We need like a school for the internet, a school for the network, a network school, you might say, right?
You're going to see social organization off the internet that's going to rival states.
What configurations of the past are most similar to what's happening now?
Philosophy, Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism is the creation of transnational social networks of cooperation, which is like what you're working on. It might not be.
Man, I love that this guy can talk about transnational social networks, but he can't talk about trans people without being real weird about it.
Religious, but I think the internet allows a quantum breakthrough in human thought.
By the way, if you are listening to this and it all sounds like gobbledygook nonsense, like that's because it is. They're just high on their own farts.
What would your new country look like?
If you have a society with honor, they follow their own moral code when they deal with others, and their sense of honor demands they act in an upright way. And so that kind of society would be capable of things that a society without honor would not be capable of. Thank you for having me, and thank you for setting up this conference.
Incredible stuff happening in this universe. Now, one thing that's interesting here is that What If Alt Hist has been making content for a while, and I've talked a little bit about how he has been kind of incubated by some conservative think tanks and such. One example that I would give here about his current connections is this. He has apparently been able to write for an outlet called Palladium, which is in favor of governance futurism. And if you're wondering, and he's of course talking about the peoples of America, what is Palladium, you might ask? Well, it is specifically a venture between a man named Samo Berja and Matt Ellison, who conveniently wrote a piece for the website The National Interest titled "Why America Prefers a Weak and Peaceful Europe," 7 years ago. Since then, they've teamed up to create Palladium. Now, we also have to take a look at who funds Palladium. Because when you actually go and look at the website, you go and click on their About section here, you get just like, oh, Palladium is the flagship publication of the American Governance Foundation, a nonprofit 501c3 public charity, and donations to support our work are tax deductible. Very interesting tax deductible caveat there. Now, very interestingly, I've never heard of the American Governance Foundation. It just hasn't really come up. So of course I had to look up who funds it, who runs the American Governance Foundation Inc. And since it's a 501c3, we can of course go and look. And you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page here, and you can actually find here the key employments and officers, right? And you can find here that we have Wolf Tivy as the president throughout the existence of the company. You also, of course, have Matthew G. Ellison serving as secretary. And it is very interesting to me because Palladium is owned co-jointly between Matt Ellison and Samo Berja. And then you have this Wolf W. Tivy. I know this is a lot of names to throw at you guys, but I do hope you'll keep up with me, right? Now, of course, Wolf Tivy also writes quite a bit of different articles for the website here. Very interesting to see. He's not just like a guy who owns it. He's also a guy who writes for it. And it's also worth noting that Samo Berja has done a show with this guy. What if alt hist? That's so wild. Anyway, Samo Berja here has a consulting firm called Bismarck Analysis. He also charges $10,000 to $50,000 if you want him to give any kind of speech or speaking event. He will charge you tens of thousands of dollars, quite literally. And you'll notice that in this piece from a year ago, he talks about the left's identity crisis and the future of democracy. But it's wonderful that we don't have to actually sit through and listen to an hour of these two chuckle fucks talking to each other. We can instead, of course, go and read the 2020 manuscript he published online called Great Founder Theory, which, if you're thinking that that sounds an awful lot like the Great Man Theory of history, that's what it is. He just repackaged the Great Man Theory of history and pretended he'd made it. Like that, quite literally, as far as I can tell, it's exactly the same thing. He writes extensively about how instead of great men, you have great founders that come along and they move the wheels of history by making organizations that they then control in a highly hierarchical fashion in order to move the wheels of history. And so it's just Great Man Theory. It's just Great Man Theory. And he's also come up with a couple other just dynamite ideas, which, thanks to the fact that he has a weird, kind of collage of followers who think he's brilliant. Shout out to Tashin, who wrote this blog post in 2019 about the 3 biggest ideas so that we don't have to read about them in great detail. But he has Great Founder Theory. Exceptional individuals scale their impact by building functional, dynamic institutions that augment their strengths, compensate for their weaknesses, and adapt to their idiosyncrasies. Together, great individuals and the organizations they create are capable of acting in novel and valuable ways, which contributes to the health of the larger society. And I just want to stop here and say, I wonder what kind of person is really attracted to the idea that founders are the real wheels of power for history. Kind of sounds like something a CEO might really enjoy believing. This just sounds like corpo speak, because it's Great Man Theory, but for CEOs and dipshit venture capitalist investors. But then we also have Empire Theory, an elegant but powerful description of how power coheres in groups, and in particular in hierarchical organizations, introduces a number of clarifying terms around power, which, again, is just the fundamental belief that human beings need hierarchy. So you have the idea that history is moved by these great founders who should rule like god kings from on top of the hierarchy. This is just an argument for autocracy. That's just what this is. And then we get into this, which I think is pretty funny. Intellectual dark matter. Samo began his intellectual career in physics. He draws on that idea with this metaphor, which says that organizations and civilizations have intellectual dark matter whose existence can be inferred but cannot be perceived directly. Much of this has been lost or is at risk of being lost. Samo introduces this most explicitly in his talk at the Foresight Institute, Civilization, Institutions, Knowledge, and the Future. Like, I love the idea of intellectual dark matter. Because the dark matter, as we understand it, is a unit, like mass that exists that we cannot perceive, right? It is a way of saying, like, well, we just need to figure out a way to detect it, and that will have our equations work out, right? When we're talking about intellectual dark matter, you're just talking about ideas that you can't perceive, that other people may or may not hold. And I love that, because very clearly for guys like this, that means it is essentially a blank canvas upon which you can write any batshit crazy shit. You know? Essentially, he's like, well, societies have intellectual dark matter, and that means I can bullshit anything. Is Matt Ellison from the famous Ellison family? I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure. Could be, not sure. I did try and find that out, but I could not verify that. Now, it is also worth noting that Rudyard Lynch is actually Elon Musk's favorite YouTuber. This is a point that I've tried to convey in the past, but perhaps I haven't successfully done it. This piece from Oligarch Watch by Caleb Ekarma actually goes into great detail talking about the number of times that Elon Musk has cited different pieces of work by What If Alt Hist, right? In the late 2024, roughly 5 months before Musk began sharing his content, Lynch published an 8-hour video series explaining he had been regularly communicating with God about remaking conservative philosophy, and that God told me I should integrate science, Christianity, and Darwinism into a single coherent theory. I thought I was a weirdo and nerdy and a loser. Now here we are. I'm fucking talking to God, and I'm giving you a message. Of course, we have covered extensively that mental breakdown on this channel. I believe there's a playlist about it. But Elon Musk loves it. Musk was delighted by the 48-minute Jeremiad, which talks about the genetic differences in men and women between races and classes have all been completely proven, which all of you might recognize as something What If Alt Hist routinely integrates into all of his content now, right? Every single one of his pieces of content has this claim that sex, races, and classes are all completely proven. Specifically, the genetic differences are completely proven. I know 5 PhDs in genetics who all say that biological race and class have been irrefutably proven at this point. Evidence, I made it the fuck up. Listen, Musk was delighted by the 48-minute Jeremiad. I don't know how to pronounce that word properly. I'm sorry. Listen to this podcast to understand the greatest lie ever told, he wrote in a September post recommending the podcast episode to 240 million followers on X. Musk has posted the link to that particular episode on 3 other occasions. At first in June, and then on Columbus Day, and again in January of this year. In August, Musk, who regularly replies to the YouTuber on X, shared another episode from Lynch, one that promised to expose the real history of Black America. In it, the host rattled off 2 of Musk's favorite talking points on slavery. that African slavers procured for Europeans, and that the Muslim world operated a slave trade of its own. On the plus side, African Americans were materially the best off of any slave culture, Lynch asserted. While his methodology for ranking the most desirable systems of slavery is unclear, the errant brutality experienced by enslaved people in North America is a matter of historical record. And, of course, the hour-long episode, which Musk endorsed as thoughtful in his post promoting it, which he pinned to the top of his profile on X, includes many of Lynch's other observations about blacks. Of course. But it goes on, and, like, it's true. Elon Musk does respond to this man. Here's What If Alt Hist in February of this year. Do you guys want me to make a video about social interactions I've had around the world or America to explain how different cultures communicate or value things? Elon Musk, sure, this will surprise a lot of people. Everywhere is not like America. Like, it's no surprise that the world's richest people are drawn to this stupid pseudoscience that puts them up on top of a social hierarchy, both of class, of race, and of course, moral purity. Because who better to turn the cogs of history than them, the most rich people in all of history? Surely God has blessed them, for they own more than any other mortal. It is just a non-stop set of bullshit. A non-stop set of bullshit. Now, we gotta go back to Wolf Tivy, right? Specifically, Wolf Tivy has been setting up events for all kinds of folks in Silicon Valley. Right? In this piece from earlier this year, called Silicon Valley's Favorite Doomsaying Philosopher, it's quite interesting. Let's take a look here. Where was he mentioned? Yeah, here we go. Once upon a time, the attendees of an event like the one that took place the other week might have shied away from being associated with a figure like Nick Land, but that night there was no sense of scandal or secrecy. The event had been organized by a man named Wolf Tivy, the founder of a futurist magazine rumored to be funded by the libertarian entrepreneur Peter Thiel. Tivy declined to confirm Thiel as a funding source and said the magazine's funding is now entirely subscriber-based. 5 years ago, I would have said, "Get the fuck out." Tivy responded when I told him I was writing for The New Yorker. Now everything's different. So you've got Wolf Tivy, who's going around both as the editor-in-chief and president of, not the editor-in-chief. He's the founder of the, what's it called? The American Governance Foundation. He's the president of it. And he also works extensively at Palladium. And Palladium is rumored to be funded by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel also attends these events that he throws. Peter Thiel also attends the events that he throws. A number of the people mentioned earlier who talk about, race realism are associated with all of these people. Basically, what I'm really trying hard to convey here is that the people who came around and pushed these stories into the public mainstream, the people who went around and were like, hey, we gotta hound this guy until he kills himself. Well, they're all known by the same folks. They hang out at the same club. And you're not invited to it. Now let me see if I can pull this up real quick here. There's actually a pretty interesting thing here I wanted to bring up. Here? No. Yeah, here we are. Fun fact. Yeah. Go. Oh, look! It's Nathan Kafnas. It's Richard Hanania. And look in the middle. It's Curtis Yarvin. All of these people know each other and hang out with each other. All of them seem to be connected to the wealthiest assholes to come out of Silicon Valley. All of them are using informal networks to fund one another and do financial favors for one another. To fund publications that keep them in the public eye, to give them a veneer of respectability, a veneer of acceptance. They all fucking know each other. And so when you get one of these guys in this picture writing an article specifically slandering the good name of a well-established academic who is black, these guys are doing it for a reason. This was not an accident. This was not an accident. These guys chose a target and sensationalized it, used the network of connections they have to blow this story up, to push it through conservative media, again, media that is largely funded by billionaires, largely billionaires that come right out of that Silicon Valley stew that Peter Thiel emerged from. And then they pushed this man and they pushed this man and they hounded this man until he killed himself. And ultimately, when we are talking about this, oh, wait, what's this? Tivy's right. In 2020, as the COVID pandemic loomed, I attended an event for Yarvin in Los Angeles. All these people know each other. They all advocate for autocracy. They all advocate for one big, strong man to come and destroy all their enemies for them so that they can live as the enlightened god kings of their new age in the rightful positions that they earned by virtue of being white. They are so inept, so dazzlingly unimpressive, that the only thing they have to fall back on is that they are white, and that because they are white, they have been denied access to the true positions of power they deserve. And they believe this while interacting with the richest people on the planet, while going to specific parties with the richest people on the planet, by getting funding from the richest people on the planet. And they think of themselves as the poor, woefully oppressed, wretched sacks of shit. So this is why I talk about the white supremacy, and this is why we cover What If Altist on this channel. This is why we talk about these ghouls and their ideas, because their ideas are just fundamentally stupid and bad. Like, you start reading their fucking rebranding of Great Man Theory, and you're just like, this was concocted by frankly someone who's been surrounded by yes men for a very long time. This was made by someone so mediocre that they thought they could steal someone else's flawed pseudoscientific idea and pass it off as their own. And all of this was done with a complicit press who ran with the story because, well, the racism of it helped propel it, helped get it clicks. And also who ran with it because a lot of other conservative publications that have been normalized as, simply the other side of the conversation, as opposed to what they really are, propaganda rags for the ultra wealthy. They all ran with this story too. And when you start understanding it this way, when you start understanding that this story was propelled by the racism of the richest people on the planet, it starts to look a lot less like just a guy decided to kill himself, and a lot more like a coordinated campaign to achieve just that result. So anyway, I hope you all understand now why I am calling this, the white nationalist racist slaying of Jason Arday, a man who deserved so much better. Rest in peace, Jason. Sorry we couldn't do better by you. And I will say, just to round this out, because we have talked about suicide quite a bit here, this thread by Anna Marie Cox is really, really good for talking about suicidal ideation. I have myself struggled with suicidal ideation. And this is maybe the best advice I could have ever gotten. I did not get this advice when I was struggling with that, but I wish I had. So I'm just gonna read this out for any of you who might be needing some advice. If you tell people you have suicidal ideation, many are likely to suggest you call 988 or text the Suicide Lifeline. These are good resources if you need to be kept physically safe. They are not as helpful if your ideations are passive. Allow me to share some things that have helped me. A few of in-the-moment things that pull me out of planning spirals. Crying really, really hard. Just gasping, hysterical crying. It's hard to keep up for very long and it will put you back in your body. It releases things. Ice water on wrists / neck, splashed on face. Pacing. Pet cuddling. But most of the work around passive suicidal ideation has to be done ahead of time. The most important thing, what are the signs that things are slipping? What are the specific thoughts that start leading you down the road? I start trying to solve the pet care problem. If your suicidal ideation is reoccurring, figure out who the safe people are. Use your spidey senses. Are there people you can tell, I sometimes think about this dark thing? Can I let you know when it's happening? Being in a 12-step program is a great way to find these folks, but obviously not for everyone. My suicidal ideation has been quieted by a specific regular volunteer position. I volunteer at an addiction center on Mondays and Wednesdays. I think it's been helpful because it's concrete. Sometimes it's hard to believe it when somebody says, you'll be missed, but I will be missed if there's no one there to open the doors at 10 a.m. on Monday. When I'm in the darkest places, I don't try to cheer myself up. I don't try to practice gratitude. I focus on the smallest possible unit of happiness, the smell of coffee. Another minute in bed when the alarm goes off. Tom Holland. For passive suicidal ideation, write this stuff down now while you can. What are the signs you're drifting? Healthy self-soothing strategies including comfort watches, puzzles, favorite foods. Who are the safe people to call? And yes, pull ripcord numbers if things go completely black. If I could say one thing to friends and loved ones who see or know about suicidal ideation in someone they care about, make yourself one of the safe people. If they tell you about it, stay calm. If you ask, don't freak out when you get the answer. Listen. Most important, follow up. If you have a friend who has shared about suicidal ideation, follow up even if they seem fine. Even if the crisis appears to have passed. Ask about it directly. Suicidal ideation loves the darkness. It loves loneliness. It loves silence. Even asking about it is a service, even if after it's gone. And I found this to be incredibly helpful. It would have been to me at any rate. I'm going to share it here in chat for all of you, and I'll include a link to this down in the description of the video. So all of that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help this thing get traction in the algorithm. And also, of course, get organized. Because those billionaires are out there. They are getting organized. They're expending immense amounts of capital trying to organize people on their payroll, specifically to disempower you. So don't let them do it. Get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and if you need help doing that, you can join our Discord, !point Discord in any of the chats, and reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And finally, last but not least, if you really want to piss off all of these ghouls who are racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic, bigoted pieces of shit, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we got new sizes. We got a new color in stock. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. God. That was a lot. That was a really fucking big segment. We've been going for over 4 hours, chat. We've been going for over 4 hours. And we got we hit 450, folks. That was really fucking heavy. It was. I do think it was really important though. So I do hope that was useful. I hope that was helpful to you guys. I've been working on it for a bit, and yeah, hope it did anything. Am I trans because I like to wear bras? Not necessarily. You'd be trans because you identify as a gender other than the one you were assigned at birth. Also, folks, if you've been getting anything out of the show tonight, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. I could not do this. I could not talk for 4 hours straight about these topics without your help. So thank you to all of you who have dropped those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys are powering this because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. And Jack, you might need to start a Substack and get some articles out there. I literally don't have the time. Like I'm spending, like I just spent 4 hours doing this. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're not even done yet. And no video games have been played? Nah, not a one.
Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button,
Hell yeah. Oh, fuck, chat. How we doing? Do we got any Oilers out there? Got any Oilers? Who's gonna take us to the 500 mark? Damn, she's still live. She's fucking dedicated. Yeah, we haven't even done the oh, fuck. I don't know if we'll get to the Here's the thing. I want to do the Natalie Harp segment so bad. But we also have to do the Darlene Graham segment. God, there's so much. To be honest, guys, I did not think that covering 3 stories would take 4 hours today. I did not think that. Max Danger! Thank you for the gifted membership. Hell yeah. It's all good, Comrade Girl 2018. Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the gifted membership as well. That's what I'm talking about. Something that we can laugh at. This was a journey. Yeah. Huh. Let's see. Go. I think we need to do a show tomorrow where I do kind of like a conservative gauntlet, because I have a number of conservative videos that we need to go through and debunk, and I think it'd be fun to do that tomorrow. These segments that I've prepared are just so meaty. All right, cool. Oh yeah, Celestial Heart. Target released a fucking minstrel costume, and they put a black child in it too. It's true. Like, however bad you think that sounds from just me saying it, it's worse. It's worse. Like, I saw headlines about it and I was like, oh, they pulled the costume for being insensitive. What could it possibly be? I clicked on it and it was it was like fucking 1920s Jim Crow era minstrelry. It's crazy. Minstrel is in blackface? Yeah, here, look. It's just real quick here. Yeah. It's fucking bad, chat. Yeah. Yeah.
No, God! No! God, please, no! No! No!
Yeah. Yeah, what was it supposed to be? I think they were thinking like creepy clown. But Target fired all their DEI folks, so it's not surprising that they didn't catch this one, I guess. Honestly, the only thing I can say is that I get the impression that the main people working at Target now are Piers' dad from Community. Just let's see. Specifically this clip.
These are your friends, Pierce?
Hello.
Minorities, Jewesses, and the unseasonably tan?
That is inappropriate. And maybe you'll give that more weight since I'm white.
You've got a wide brow. What are you, Scandinavian?
Yeah, Swedish.
Swedish dogs? Your blood is tainted by generations of race mixing with Laplanders. You're basically Finns.
Oh my God.
That's just every guy working at Target now. Damn, an outfit made by a hyper-racist ghost. The hair cap? Yeah, the hair cap's made out of pure ivory. Advanced racism? Yeah. God. Okay. Now, all right, let's just do this. Let's do this. We're jumping in. Okay? So, folks, we are about to embark on a journey through Darlene Graham's debate, which, is for the special election happening to replace Lindsey Graham because she failed, his sister, failed to secure enough votes in the Republican primary to avoid a runoff election. So there was a debate, and I hear it didn't go well. And also, tomorrow is the runoff election. So, you know what? We're going to, actually, I guess later today. But, we're going to do our best to see if it was interesting. Let's jump into it.
Live from the Newberry Opera House in South Carolina.
God, I love the
South
Fire Emblem
Carolina
music, dude.
Republican Senate runoff debate.
I could really enjoy selecting characters for the battle map. Oh no. Oh no.
Good lord, I seen clips and it is rough.
They have tuck your shoes within the first few seconds. This is incredible.
Obviously, we're in South Carolina, and thank you for joining tonight's event. I very much appreciate it. I'm Greta Van Susteren, and we are here under unusual circumstances. Many here in South Carolina lost a friend, and our nation, of course, lost a U.S. Senator with the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham. In 1 week, in a special election here in South Carolina,
I find her aura very disconcerting. I'm uncomfortable.
Carolina, voters will select the Republican candidate to replace Senator Lindsey Graham on the ballot in the midterm election this November. Newsmax is carrying this debate live across our main cable channel as well as Newsmax 2, which is our streaming channel. Both channels are in more than 100 million homes, and you can download the Newsmax app on your smartphone right now and watch us free anywhere in the world. I want to bring in my panelists, Van Hipp, a Newsmax columnist and a former chairman of the South Carolina Republican Party, as well as Gavin Jackson. Gavin.
That suit is a fucking choice on camera. He looks like a walking, like, visual artifact on the film.
He's a reporter and host of South Carolina ETV. Thank you both for being here this evening. Thank you. And now let's bring in...
He looks like if Missing No was a suit.
The candidates, Senator Darlene Graham.
I'm sorry, that was a reference for the olds in the audience. Missing No was a famous glitch in Pokemon Red and Blue.
And Congressman Ralph Norman. Following the death of Senator Lindsey Graham, who is Darlene Graham's brother, on July 13th, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster appointed...
Okay, real quick, why does this look like such dog shit? Did they try and, like, AI enhance this footage? Like, it shouldn't look this bad.
Darlene Graham to her brother's seat as U.S. Senator. One day later, on July 14th, Senator Darlene Graham was sworn in. Now to Congressman Ralph Norman. He is a
Hey, we're at the Newsmax production meeting. I say, find me the least charismatic woman in all of South Carolina. We need to make sure she's the one doing all the talking in the lead up to this debate. That will really get the blood pumping through those geriatrics. Someone completely risless, incapable of causing any kind of friction in their brains. Find me Greta Van Susteren.
Term congressman, and since 2017, Congressman Norman has served South Carolina's 5th congressional district. Previously, Congressman Norman twice served as a member of South Carolina's House of Representatives. First, let's go over the rules for tonight's debate. Each candidate will have 1 minute to respond to a question, and each will be allowed to answer the same questions. Answers should be based on their positions and not include personal attacks. The candidates have agreed to maintain proper decorum and mutual respect. At the moderator's discretion, candidates will be given 30 seconds for rebuttals. And now to opening statements. The candidates will each have 90 seconds. Congressman Ralph Norman, let us begin with you, sir.
Thank you, Greta. Thank all of you for coming out. What an electric crowd. Greta, you kept...
What an electric crowd. By that I mean, y'all look like you've been in the electric chair. What I'm saying is, y'all are dead.
Kept them in suspense for a while. I'm Ralph Norman. I'm from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Been a real estate developer for 40 years. I'm married to the same woman for 51 years, 4 children, 17 grandchildren, and I turned 40 back in June. And we're doing very well. It's such an honor to be here under unfortunate circumstances. Darlene, you were a good sister and he was a good brother. But that being said, I am anxious and I'm excited about what we can do for South Carolina. My differences aren't with Darlene or really any of the Republicans. Our differences in who we're fighting are the Socialist Democrats and the rhinos that go along with it. That's our real battle.
I have no problem with the Republicans, except for those Republicans.
Save this country. It's not other Republicans. That being said...
Again, this is also a great point where, like, show this to any centrist, moderate Democrat and be like, it doesn't matter what you do, dog. They will never love you. They will never believe you. Conservatives do not give a shit. They do not want to work with you. Like, they think you are a socialist who should be expunged from the existence in the American electorate, you know?
If we have a task ahead of us, and the differences, I've got a proven record, folks. You can look me up. For 8 years I've been in Congress. I'm the most conservative member. You know how I'm going to vote.
He's the most conservative member of Congress. Boy, howdy, when do you want to bring back slavery, champ?
Resume is my record. And whether it's all the agencies that rate how you vote, I've been a taxpayer hero for as long as I can remember. Club for...
I'm sorry, what is a taxpayer hero? Is that a term? Did he just make that up? Also, Fire Finish, thank you for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Appreciate you.
Growth, Heritage Foundation, the rating agencies, I'm conservative. What you see is what you get. The differences.
I'm conservative, meaning if you slip me a tenner, I might vote in Congress the way you want me to.
That I will point out, we have an unknown candidate who I am running against. What's clear and loud and clear, I'm not the candidate for the Washington mainstream.
Mr. Congressman, sir, I've got to call time. I'd be unfortunate. I know that your shot clock is not working, so I'm going to have to call time on you, sir.
You'll have to stop drinking the shots, though. Start drinking now.
Senator, you have 90 seconds.
Thank you, and it is quite a lively crowd tonight, but thank you for having me.
Is it?
And I want to begin.
Is it really? It's quiet as the grave in there.
By saying thank you for the prayers. It's been a difficult...
Oh, wait, I just figured it out. They're only used to giving speeches, like, to the recently deceased. This is their first time giving a speech to people who still have a heartbeat, you know?
Month for me and my family, so the prayers are very much appreciated. I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement and other state and national leaders like Tim Scott and Russell Fry. I also want to thank Lindsay's staff because they have committed to staying with me, and they are the gold standard when it comes to providing constituent services. A little bit about me, Lindsay and I grew up in one room in the back of a bar and liquor store in Central South Carolina, where my parents worked long, hard hours. That's where we learned a work ethic and the value of a dollar. For 30 years, I have served the people of South Carolina. For the past 7.
And just what exactly is the value of a dollar? Please elaborate.
And I led a state agency. I turned it from a struggling agency into a national model. We had 130 employees and a $90 million budget. Because of that, I was elected president of a national organization for blind agencies. I was a member of the State Workforce Development Board. I served on that for several years. I'm a problem solver, a critical thinker, and a leader. I'm a volleyball mom. I love watching my daughter play volleyball, and I know that boys do not belong in girls' sports. They certainly don't belong in the girls'
Hey now. Boys can play volleyball. All right? Look, I know that the girls get all of the respect when it comes to volleyball, but those of us who have seen the holy text, by that I mean Top Gun, know that boys can play volleyball.
Locker room. I'm pro-life. I was honored and excited today to get the Susan B. Anthony endorsement. That meant a lot to me. I strongly support the Second Amendment.
Senator, I'm going to do the same too that I had unfortunately have to do to the Congressman. I have to cut you off for the 90 seconds so we get through the debate. I've now done this to both of you. So I'm going to go to the questions now, and I'm going to ask the first question. Congressman, I'm going to give it first to you. Gas prices are record high. Americans are pinched at the gas station. Half the country is living paycheck to paycheck. What can you do in the U.S. Senate to try to alleviate this economic pain for so many citizens?
First thing I'm going to do in the Senate is wake them up. Save America is my goal. Save America is my goal. SAVE Act should have been passed. It hasn't been. That being said, on lowering gas prices, we got to get the Strait of Hormuz opened. And the president has done a good job. He inherited a...
The president has done a good job trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Which, to be very clear, it was open prior to him doing this. He's done such a good job trying to get it open, chat. It's really important.
If boys play volleyball, they too will have to wear the tight booty shorts. It's only fair.
That's true. Speedos are mandatory. Putting the man in mandatory.
With Joe Biden. So what he will have to do is move forward to making sure the war and the oil prices are low.
To be very clear, the reason the Strait of Hormuz is currently shut is entirely manufactured by Donald Trump. He ripped up the Iran nuclear agreement. He is the one who unilaterally decided to take us into war. Trump is the guy who did that.
To make sure, and I will do as a businessman, go to the businesses, cut regulations, talk to exactly what is needed. Affordability is needed.
I love that this guy's just like, I'm a businessman. I'm gonna go talk to the businesses and get their taxes cut. Republicans in their primaries, weirdly honest. He's just like, I'm a business guy. I'm gonna go to the businesses. They'll give me money, and then I'll cut their taxes.
All over the country. And it's not happening in South Carolina. It's not happening, it's straining people all over the country. So with regulations and getting involved, I know what they go through from day one, and I will take the time to do that.
Senator, same question to you. Gas prices are record high. Americans are pinched at the grocery store, living paycheck to paycheck, half of America. So what can you do in the U.S. Senate to alleviate that pain?
Well, I know how that feels. There's 50 million people in South Carolina. Half of them live paycheck to paycheck. 60% of them don't have 3 months savings to get by. I've been there before. I've struggled too. I trust President Trump to get the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran is the weakest it's been in 47 years, but we can.
Is it? Is it though?
Mrs. Graham, how will you tackle the Strait of Hormuz differently than your brother, who could only tackle the gaze of Hormuz?
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate your support. And also, I just... Mrs. Graham, is it true that your original name at birth was Candy? How do you respond?
Not let them get a nuclear weapon. But I tell you who voted to increase the gas tax, and that's my opponent. And I can tell you that doesn't help people at the pump.
Next question goes to my colleague, Van.
On the economy, Senator Graham, the national debt is approaching $40 trillion, and interest payments are consuming an increasingly large part of the federal budget. What significant area of federal spending would you be willing to cut or reform to put the country on a more sustainable fiscal path?
Oh man, I can't wait for him to say we should make more orphans. I can't wait for him to say we should make more orphans and then close down the orphanages. I can't wait for him to say we need more starving children in the streets. I can't wait for him to say we need more elderly dying in the gutter. Oh man, I can't wait.
I think President Trump has already done a great job cutting spending. He's cut a lot of fraud, but I think there's more fraud to be cut. When I worked in state government,
man, I love conservatives, dog. He's done a great job cutting fraud. Up until Donald Trump, every U.S. government just said, let's put money in the fraud department. And Donald Trump, he said no.
One of the things I focused on was duplication of services. I worked to cut duplication of services to save taxpayers' dollars. I think there's more duplication going on in the federal government that we can work on cutting. So I think we need to identify more fraud, wasteful spending, and duplication of services.
Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses? That they should do a favor and die and decrease the surplus population.
Same question, what areas of federal spending would you be willing to cut or reform?
Well, the cancer in America is overspending. The fact is, we don't cut anything in Congress. I've been a lone wolf, lone voice for cutting. The Doge Commission.
I'm a lone wolf. I'm a lone Shiba Inu wolf. A woo, I say. I work with Doge. A woo.
Identified over $100 billion And we only had $9 billion in cuts because politicians, both Democrat and Republican, cannot cut. You got to live.
We had a trifecta in Congress at the presidency, but we just couldn't cut enough.
Within your means. And we're facing a crisis not just on the national level, at every single agency. The Highway Trust Fund, Social Security is going to run out at the end of, actually before the end of the 6-year term that I'll serve in the Senate. So,
I say, woo, sir.
So it's cutting spending, it's identifying the waste, fraud, and abuse, and that we already know, but we hadn't had the courage to do it as a body, and that's what I will be a voice.
Hey, just out of curiosity, why do you need courage to cut? Why do you need courage to cut fraud? If it's fraud, why does it require courage to cut?
For doing that and singling out exactly what items needed to be cut, and bring it back to South Carolinians and to the people all over the country.
Gavin, you have the next question on the economy.
Hey, Congressman, back to you talking about Social Security. If you can elaborate on that. 1.1 million South Carolinians rely on Social Security.
I love this. Let them die.
But like you said, the program faces a significant financial shortfall and insolvency in 6 years. At that point, the law requires a 22% cut. Do we keep Social Security? How do you fix it? And please be specific.
This is a really easy answer to anyone who's intellectually honest, which is to remove the cap on Social Security tax. You just remove the tax. The tax cap, rather.
No, we can't keep it as the way it is. Again, it's kind of like the cut.
You absolutely can. You can make it practically indefinitely solvent by eliminating the cap on how much people pay in. The fact that somebody who makes $1 billion in a year and someone who makes like $300,000 a year pay the same into Social Security is insane.
We just hadn't had the courage to tackle Social Security because we have.
Is the cap now 170,000? Yeah.
Worthless notes that it's not like the money that is the taxpayers that's accumulating for them to spend. And to say to face a 25% cut is outrageous. It ought to infuriate every American. What we will do.
I love these guys because they're the ones making it insolvent.
Is put up concrete bills that will let Americans spend more of their own money. And the politicians simply have not been willing to do that. The Americans.
In his mind, by the way, fixing Social Security would just be eliminating taxes, and if you're poor, you die.
Are perfectly capable of spending their own money. Money is one thing. The other thing is just calling it out for what it is. There are people that have a Social Security number that aren't even living. That's part of the waste, fraud, and the abuse that it takes.
Yeah, that's everyone who has existed under Social Security. Like, yeah.
Taking advantage of the system. We'll have the courage to call it out and to try to get this.
It's already illegal to do that. What do you mean the courage to call it out? It's illegal to do that. People get arrested for that.
The system solvent.
Senator Graham, to you talking about Social Security, how you would save it?
Social Security was put in place to protect our elderly from living in poverty. So we have to keep Social Security. Lindsay and I relied on Social Security when our parents died when we were younger. So Social Security is important. I have an aunt who's 90-something years old. She relies on Social Security.
Can she not enunciate Social Security? Social Security?
At the agency I worked at, one of the ways we did it is we helped train individuals who are blind or low vision go to work. Our successful employment rates were trending up each year. What that meant is they were no longer relying on the government, on Social Security disability insurance and SSI, so they were less reliant on the government and earning wages to support their families. So the more programs we have like that, and also cutting fraud and waste.
We'll turn from the economy now to health care. Van, you have the first question.
Congressman Norman, even though President Biden gave him a sweeping federal pardon, Dr. Anthony Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment at a recent Senate Homeland Security Committee hearing on COVID-19. The committee voted to hold him in contempt of Congress and refer.
Oh, great. Dr. Fauci questions. You know, the guy who saved millions of lives.
Refer him to the Department of Justice for potential prosecution. Do you believe Dr. Fauci should be held in contempt and prosecuted? And as a U.S. Senator, what would you do to hold Dr. Fauci and future Dr. Fauci's accountable?
He ought to be in a...
Well, I think we should get rid of all doctors. As we all know, medical school is of the devil, and we should get rid of it. No more doctors. You go and get your cure from God like Jesus intended.
In an orange jumpsuit. I mean, bottom line, folks, I was...
Fuck, man. Dr. Fauci, like, goddamn. Dr. Fauci worked to keep these thankless fucks alive. Dr. Fauci helped to make sure millions of people survived, while these guys all took horse dewormer and contemplated injecting themselves with bleach. And that, 80-year-old man worked overtime to keep their sorry asses in the land of the living. And as a reward, they want to put him in prison. Fuck, dog.
The only congressman that stood with the frontline doctors on the steps of the Supreme Court. And the fact is that if you listen to the Senate hearings, him taking the fifth, he killed 1 million people. So yes, and if they...
Citation fucking needed. COVID killed 1 million people. He was responsible for stopping it from killing more people. You guys routinely, over and over and over again, wanted policies that would have killed more people. What? I'm guessing that he's making this claim based on the conspiracy theory that Dr. Fauci, made COVID and then it got purposely leaked from the Wuhan lab, which is just not correct. All of the evidence indicates that it has a natural zoonotic transmission from a wet market. But, whatever.
Proven Autopen signed his pardon. I hope they'll take him.
Who gives a shit if an Autopen was used in anywhere? Who gives a shit?
They'll retry him and put him in jail. He has no remorse. That's the problem with this man. The ego, the books, the money he made is outlandish. And when he even asked him for to apologize, he didn't have the decency to do that. We should have, and I didn't wear a mask. I got fined.
Just out of curiosity, I forget what this guy's name is actually. Oh no, I forgot. I genuinely, who remembers this guy's name? I forgot because it's not looking like he's gonna win. So I didn't. Darlene Graham was important. Yeah, his name's Foghorn Leghorn. Yeah, just real quick. Ralph Norman. Okay, just real quick. Okay, just real quick. Yeah, let's see. He's talking about...
Had the decency, even asking ego. The books, the money he made is outlandish.
The books, the money he made, it's outlandish. Dr. Fauci has an estimated net worth of around $12 million. Ralph Norman, however, has an estimated net worth of around $63 million. And, I don't know, he didn't save millions of people's lives. So, Also, just again, worth noting, I've talked about this before. Dr. Fauci was instrumental in creating PEPFAR, one of the single most life-saving programs in world history, specifically to save people from dying of AIDS. And he got started in doing that when it was not popular to have any association with anybody who had AIDS. His project saved over 26 million lives. That project alone. This guy wants to put a man who saved tens of millions of people in prison while fabricating lies about him. It's disgusting.
Outlandish, and when he even asked him for a, to apologize, he didn't have the decency to do that. We should have, and I didn't wear a mask. I got fined by a stupid Pelosi for not wearing a mask. It was insane the whole time. But
I got fined by Pelosi for not wearing a mask, i.e. exposing my coworkers to a dangerous airborne illness that could have killed them.
we have to call it out ahead of time. And then again, it gets back to politicians calling a spade and making sure we don't fall for another virus which is coming down the pike.
Guys, if we get another pandemic, y'all realize if we get another pandemic, like half of Republicans are just going to fucking perish. Like it's going to be crazy. The level of distrust they now have in the medical establishment due to guys like this peddling lies like this is frankly insane. Like these fucking morons are just gonna throw themselves into the wood chippers.
Senator Graham, same question.
Who cares? Where's the loss? I mean, the loss of life. The fucking susceptibility they have to just being led off a
for
cliff.
another virus? It's not a hoax.
Yeah.
Should Dr. Fauci be held in contempt or prosecuted? And what would you do to hold him and future Dr. Fauci's accountable?
Dr. Fauci stared at the floor basically the whole time they asked him questions. 111 times he refused to answer the questions. I think that's absurd. So yes, I think he should be in jail as well. Here's my concern though. My opponent received $600,000.
I know Dr. Fauci saved millions of people, but I don't consider the gays people.
Well, I mean that's also true. You know, they do not consider the lives that were saved worth saving, and so they would rather see people die, I guess. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Keeping the stream afloat. Let's go, folks. I do want to point out, if pleading the fifth while being investigated for things is a deal breaker for these people, it is worth noting that Donald Trump has pled the fifth hundreds of times while being investigated for January 6th, while being investigated for like Epstein stuff. He's pled the fifth a lot in his depositions. In just one deposition in 2022, Donald Trump pled the fifth over 440 times.
In COVID bailout money and convinced President Trump, or tried to convince President Trump not to extend the $600.
Yeah, they're angry at him for using his Fifth Amendment rights. Literally part of our legal establishment.
$600 unemployment money for laid off workers. So that's a bit concerning for me.
Gavin, you have a healthcare question on Medicare.
Does he want to rebuttal?
I'll let, Congressman, do you want to respond to the Medicare, the COVID question? Do you want to respond to the COVID, the $600,000 and the allegation about President Trump?
Look, COVID was a disaster, man-made, put up with by the government. It's got me not believing anything the government says with what they perpetrate.
Sir, you're trying to be the government. What are you talking about?
World Health Organization we should have withdrawn from that for a long time. There's other.
Why? Just why? We shouldn't let our scientists work on global issues with other scientists. Why?
Viruses that they're going to try to put on the American people that we can't put up with. And I would just say we cannot have a repeat of COVID is my only.
You know, guys, the thing that really fucks me up about this is that when we're talking about Dr. Fauci's research, which was specifically with gain-of-function research, that is important research that is done specifically to stop the emergence of things like COVID. When you invest, when you're researching gain-of-function, it's researching potential ways viruses might evolve in the wild to develop new ways to fight them. It's specifically to build new tools in our arsenal should we need them.
Response.
Gavin, you have a question on Medicare.
Senator Graham talking about Medicare. Like Social Security, Medicare is also facing a pending shortfall, which would lead to an 11% cut in payments. So what is your message to 1.27 million South Carolinians who rely on this program that faces insolvency in 7 years?
One thing we have to work hard to do is maintain Medicare for our elderly. They rely on that, and Social Security I've already addressed. We have to maintain the Social Security benefits for the elderly. Here's where I have a problem with the Democrats. If it were up to the Democrats, they would have Medicare for all, and that would bankrupt our country.
No, because it pays for itself. Instead of paying insurance premiums to companies, you would pay the government for health care. And you would pay them less money for better coverage. And the government would then be able to negotiate with both hospitals and pharmaceutical companies so that there are set prices for things that are much more fair and less exploitative than they are now. It would lower the costs of basically everything in the system and pass the savings on, not to investors, but to the American people in the form of lower premiums. And honestly, you wouldn't even have premiums. It would just be added to your tax bill at the end of the year. Fuck, man. Woo! We don't deserve healthcare! Woo! The government can't do anything for us! Woo! We're electing you! And we're gonna give you money! Woo!
Congressman Norman, same question about Medicare.
Yeah, if you look at the
Yeah, guys, look, we gave like $1 trillion to the richest people on the planet in tax cuts for no reason, but we couldn't possibly have health care.
Care and actually Medicaid rolls, you have illegals that are drawing benefits, and not just that.
No, you don't.
That program, and trying to have some checks and balances. And what the American people want are consequences for these people. You've got to have the willingness to identify who they are.
What are you talking about? Yeah, the current U.S. government isn't willing to get fraudsters off of Medicare or Social Security. What? Shut the fuck up, man.
and get them off the rolls. It is a program that it's not if.
It's literally anarchy. You go to a Social Security office or a Medicaid office or a Medicare office. You open the door. It's like Mad Max in there. They're spilling one another's guts by the vending machine. They're riding electric bikes around the halls. It's anarchy, man.
It's all propaganda talking points, honestly.
It really is. It's like watching space alien television. It's genuinely disconcerting, the bubble of unreality they inhabit, you know? Fancy Wire, thank you for being a member. Nathan, thank you for the $5. Like, it's bizarre, I guess is what I'm getting at. And honestly, this level of unreality is deeply dangerous.
Just when it's going bankrupt. And for us not to even touch the ones that should never have been on the payrolls.
Like when I was talking years ago about the conspiracy singularity, this was the danger. The danger was getting all of these people to inhabit unquestioningly a bubble of unreality. And once they're in that bubble, you can just roll them wherever you want. You can just blow them away. You can do whatever you want. Because nothing matters and nothing is real to them other than, like, fucking brand identity.
Anyway, it's just wrong to do.
What would you do to improve access to health care across the country? Because it's very...
That's also true, Forlorn79. Putting younger people on Medicare also puts people who use healthcare less often into the system, thereby making it more solvent. For sure.
Very uneven. A lot of people don't have access.
Obamacare was a wreck. It was a one-size-fits-all. There again...
Obamacare was also famously known as Romney Care. It was developed by Mitt Romney, a Republican, and Obama put it forward as his plan specifically because Republicans wanted that plan. And because Obama passed it, they all hate it now.
And Ms. Pelosi and her comment that you got to pass it before you read it. Every congressman, every senator should have stood up and said, "We're not going to do that. We're going to read it first and understand it." No, it's as a business owner.
If universal health care would bankrupt the country, why do health insurance companies make so much money? Really makes you think. Also, if universal health care would bankrupt the country, how do we explain European countries with universal health care that aren't bankrupt? And also, how do we explain the fact that we currently have $40 trillion in debt due to rampant runaway government spending in the form of tax cuts for the wealthiest fucks to ever live?
To be fair, they hate Romney too because Trump does.
I mean, that is true. They do hate Romney because he's not a real Christian. He's one of them Mormons. And if you say it with enough of an accent, it starts sounding like Merman.
Expand HSA accounts where businesses can deduct it. You let the patient pick the services that they want. Not have, again, one size fits all. You ought to shop across state lines
also,
for your policies
thank you for the 5
and make it competitive. There's no one in this audience that when you get a doctor's bill, you can't read it, you can't understand it. It's not that difficult. It's done for a reason. We got to hold the insurance companies accountable and make sure we can read it and understand it and know what we're paying for. That's why these concierge doctors who don't want to deal with insurance companies and the government because of the delays, they want to be able to go, pay cash, and go home.
Senator, what would you do to get greater access to people across the country who don't have access to health care to make it more even, accessibility easy?
Right. I'm worried about South Carolina. A third of our rural hospitals are in danger, at risk of being closed. President Trump allocated $50 billion for rural hospitals. $200 million of it went to South Carolina. I currently sit on the Appropriations Committee, so I would make sure that more money comes into South Carolina to help support these rural hospitals, because we can't.
They're closing down because Donald Trump cut their funding. That $1 trillion tax cut that went to the wealthiest fuckers on the planet was literally at the expense of those rural hospitals. My brain, I think part of my brain is trying to suffocate the other parts. I think my prefrontal cortex is just going to town trying to suffocate the amygdala.
Deny access to people in rural communities.
All right, turning to national security, Gavin, you have the first question about the war in Iran.
Yeah, we'll go to you, Senator. President Trump signed a 60-day deadline for ending the war with Iran and reaching an accord on its nuclear program. That deadline passed on Monday. Do you support continuing this war with Iran? You have both voted against a war powers resolution containing the president.
I will say it is going to be very funny when the United States, runs out of arms and ammunition to pursue this war. It is going to be very funny. Because you're going to start to see the entire Trump administration fucking panic.
Jack, I told it was going to be faux, was I right? LMAO, we haven't even hit the funny clips yet.
So what does victory look like? What is a win for you when it comes to Iran?
You know, I fully trust President Trump when it comes to the war in Iran. 47 years this has been going on. Iran is the weakest they have been in 47 years. The one thing that concerns me is we cannot let them get a nuclear weapon. So I trust President Trump and everything he's doing. I think
President Trump caused the war. He allowed them to get a nuclear weapon by ripping up the agreement. And then he went to war with them on top of that. This is entirely Donald Trump.
He's got this, and I trust him on it.
Congressman, what does a win look like in Iran for us?
A win looks like, he took them out militarily as far as...
Did he? Because they're still able to lock down the Strait of Hormuz, and every analysis I've read about it indicates they still have plenty of missile capacity and plenty of drone capacity.
Getting a nuclear weapon where you had, Obama paying cash bribes in the middle of the night. So he did the job to take them out.
Obama just unfroze some of their funds. You stupid fucks.
They were a severe threat, and he had the courage to do that. Now, I think that we've got to end it. I think he's going to have to tell the American people what's it going to take. If the Straits of Hormuz are still dominated by a country that's supposed to be decimated.
Oh, the Straits are being dominated, huh? Kind of sounds like it's about to get hot and heavy at the next RNC.
Whose Falusies taste better, Trump's or the husband of the throat goat, Nancy Reagan's?
I mean, probably Nancy Reagan's husband, right? You don't get to be the throat goat without a lot of... you know what? I'm not going down this road.
We got to have some understanding on that, because I'm not for endless wars. You win them and you get out. And so I think once he explains that as
I'm not for endless wars, but I think he's done this perfectly. Is sure a stance.
What's going to have to be done?
Let me follow up on that, Congressman. So what would you recommend to the president that he do?
Also, just for the record, in case anyone's wondering, I do in fact have a sound clip specifically for this.
I do not fillet Nazis.
There we go.
Well, I think he needs to, he sees the what's happening in Congress. It's codified. If you put boots on the ground after 60 days, you have to get approval from Congress. He doesn't have the approval. The Democrats hate him for anything he does, so he can't get approval from Congress.
the Democrats hate him for anything he does, so he can't get approval for waging a war that he's already waging from Congress? Okay.
But I think he just needs to, if it's more air power, if it's more taking out the, whoever the lunatics are that are running the country. Now, what makes it difficult is they have no regard for human life. I mean, they made the comment that
they have no regard for human life. My brother in Christ, we're the ones bombing children's schools.
That they will outlast.
What, like we're the ones threatening war crimes. Trump is routinely threatening to wipe out their entire country, to end their civilization. They have no regard for human life? Are you fucking for real right now? This guy sucks.
This President Trump. And so, how are they able to do that? So that he's going to have to go ahead and do whatever it takes to get them out.
Senator, how would you answer that? What would you tell the president to do?
Well, he's already decimated the leadership over there. I think he's doing a great job. The Strait of Hormuz, obviously, is not open yet, but I think it will be. Again, I trust him to do what he can to end the war in Iran. Again, they're the weakest they've been in 47 years. I know they're still dangerous, but his goal is to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon. We cannot let these people get a nuclear weapon. So I think we have to pay a little bit now, but ultimately in the end game, if we prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, which is his goal, I think he'll be successful and our country will be much better off.
Van, you have a question, munitions supply.
Yeah, yes, Greta, Senator Graham.
I'm actually fascinated about how they're going to answer this one.
The war in Ukraine and the conflict with Iran have shown that modern warfare can rapidly consume artillery ammunition, missiles, drones, air defense interceptors. What should the United States do to ensure that it can manufacture enough weapons and ammunition to sustain a major conflict while maintaining adequate reserves for our military and our allies?
Well, one of the things I would do is work with President Trump to get the defense bills passed. It's being held up by.
I'm sorry, like, what? Yeah, we just need to throw trillions more dollars at it. Sure, we have $40 trillion of debt, but what's another trillion on top of that, huh?
The Democrats right now. I do believe my opponent in the past has voted against the defense spending bill.
Congressman Norman, same question. What would you do to ensure that we've got an adequate supply of weaponry to keep this country safe?
Well, first of all, the fact that we are having to pass continuing resolutions because we can't get the Democrats on anything, they're for total disarmament. And so that's what complicates.
God, I fucking every single time he talks about Democrats, I'm just like, what? What Democrat has ever come out and said, I want total disarmament of the United States military? Like, what Democratic member of Congress has ever done this?
But our defense budget for the coming year is over $1 trillion. And by the way, our interest alone is exceeding our military budget.
What if we just pretend Democrats are demons? Why not? Like, at this point, what if we just imagine Democrats are all Freddy Krueger, haunting dreams? What if every Democrat was just Jason from Friday the 13th, huh?
Can't sustain it. We had to pass what was the $320 billion pared down to a $90 billion bill just to maintain and get the weapons that we need to have air superiority. It's got military is
only $90 billion. Fuck you.
Got to be front and center stage, but we've got to explain to the American people where we are. And I don't know what her comment was about me voting against some defense bill. With the big beautiful bill, we made it better. I voted against it because we cut things, and the president even agreed when we went in there. So it's silly season, folks. All these attack ads. It's laughable how she's doing that.
I gotta give him credit. I do like the term "silly season." I think that's good. I might steal that.
You can reply to that if you wish.
I'm sorry.
You can reply to that if you wish.
Yes, it's kind
silly
of
season,
ironic when you
folks.
talk about the big beautiful bill, because it's my understanding that you were the holdout on the big beautiful bill, and Trump had to call you in and convince you to sign it.
Just the gotchas here are so limp, so flaccid.
Let me move on. National security question. Mine is. Well, we could go back and forth on this. All right, I'll let you respond. I'll let you respond if
That is just not true. It's like all these ads you're placing. It's fake. No, what happened? What happened was, I was on the budget committee. We had another bite at the apple. When you're in the business arena, you drive the hardest bargain as long as you can. I held out, and when we came to the office, it wasn't anything like what you're talking about. It was, he said, "What are you holding it up for?" I said, "Well, the subsidies for electric cars is dumb. The subsidies for passive solar and wind are stupid."
The subsidies for getting people the technology they need to not cook the planet until their children die is dumb and stupid. Okay.
I was cutting it out, and we made it better. He agreed. And so we got it passed, and I would do that over again. I don't apologize for it.
These people are literally cheering for the death of the planet. It's crazy.
Senator, if you want to respond, or we can move on. It's your choice.
That's okay. We'll move on.
Okay, we'll move on. All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
On the national security question as well, Senator, are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years, so I will do everything I can to support the military. My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise.
Then you look, the hogs in the audience don't care, Darlene. The hogs in the audience, it does, like, literally your opponent is over there just being like, and as we all know, Democrats have a secret third leg, and that's what makes them abominations that must be destroyed. Like, it doesn't matter, Darlene. You don't need to know anything. That's the beauty of being a Republican, Darlene. You can just make it the fuck up. It doesn't matter. Those hogs will eat any slop you put out there. Half of them are already married to ChatGPT. The other half are being radicalized into mass shooters by ChatGPT. It doesn't matter. They're primed to accept literally anything.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
You could literally say that, and they would.
But I do support the military.
Congressman, I'll give you a chance to respond, and I'm sure he recognizes that.
Taiwan's a definite ally, and we have a trading relationship with them that is beneficial to the United States. Chips being one of them, and others. So what the president is doing right is he's enabling Taiwan to defend themselves against China. But it's peace through strength that he's showing with Iran, that China, Russia, others are looking at it. So.
Question, is it peace through strength to fight a country unprovoked and then have your ass kicked by them so badly you fail to achieve any of your objectives? Is that peace through strength? I'm sorry, peace through strength is running low on all your arms and ammunition that are mission critical and not achieving any of your objectives. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
That they don't want to deal with America, and that's why they haven't attacked Taiwan. If they had some weak Democrat in office like Biden or another Obama, yeah, they'd take it over. But we can't let that happen. We've got to take a strong, a peace through strength is working.
Of course, as Senator Lindsey Graham had an enormous amount of support for. We talk about Israel. And Van, first to you, have a question about Israel.
Yes. Congressman Norman, to you first. President Reagan once said, America has never flinched from the commitment to the state of Israel, a commitment which remains unshakable. How do you view Israel and its relationship with America today?
Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel, if you go there, that's God's country. And, you know, we have continued to maintain good relations. And the president, I think, has paid many a trip over there. If you go over there, it changes you. It just does. So, yes, we will maintain a great relationship with them, and we support them. And
does that mean if you went to Iran, that would change you and you'd suddenly not want to murder them? Is it that simple? Do your American shoes just have to touch soil from another country and you suddenly develop empathy for them?
From what we're hearing in Congress, they are ready and willing and able to take out Iran if it means putting troops on the ground. They're trained soldiers and they're true patriots. And yes, they're a friend. And we have to remain a friend.
They're true patriots to Israel, not to the United States.
Yeah. Senator Graham, 1 minute.
Yes, I think we should stand with Israel. They're one of our strongest allies, so I definitely support standing with Israel. I am a little concerned about troops on the ground. I don't know that that's necessary just yet. I would like to make sure that we try all economic solutions before we put troops on the ground.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. But stay right where you are. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear more from South Carolina.
I will say it was abysmally bad for her to say, I don't know nothing about foreign policy. That was rough, as we call it in the biz. You know? That was rough. Now, folks, we're doing a little intermission here. So, if you're enjoying the show, if you're enjoying this, if you're getting anything out of it, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm. And check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. I'm wearing it right now. It is my go-to set. Go check it out. It's really good, I promise. And also, if you don't want these people running the country, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Let's make it happen, folks. When we get involved, we all get stronger. That being said, it is currently 3:30 a.m. And I'm a little worried. That I'm going to be up until 4:30. Does that mean we're only halfway through? It technically means we're halfway through. That being said, I'm losing my steam, chat. We've been going for over 5 hours. If you're interested in me continuing this particular segment, drop those subs, drop those donos, drop those memberships, because, folks, you guys make this show possible. And in this very moment, quite literally possible for us to continue. All right? That's right. You can vote with your wallets right now. Time to get involved with My Pillow? Ha! Not in Minnesota. Never time to get involved with My Pillow. We all know that's evil now. Did the time change or something? Wasn't it the same time in Minnesota as in Ontario? I have no idea what time it is in Ontario. I think rest is okay, but how will the people know which Republican to vote for in the runoff? I mean, we're not going to do a part. Look, we're not going to do the.
Continue tomorrow.
We're not going to do the rest of this tomorrow because tomorrow is the runoff. And I don't know if it's valuable for us to take a look at a debate that is done. But, Nathan, thank you for the $20 dono. I do appreciate it. You and Sake Tanuki this stream, putting this show on your backs, carrying us up that hill. And, you know, we're doing good. Thank you so much for making this show possible. Also, you guys are 10 subs away from Titanium Dream. Or Titanium Daydreams, rather. Oof. Homer, we haven't even played the Click the Button song. You're just in time.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much, folks. But the votes are in, and it's clear. Sake Tanuki!
What I'd give for Jon Stewart to moderate a debate.
Oh, that'd be great. Jon Stewart should do that. If for no other reason than it would be genuinely a great service to America.
I have been pulling an all-nighter to pack for trip. Thank you for keeping me physically alive even if the chuds have spiritually withered me.
Basilis. Thank you for the $15 dono, and I understand. I feel spiritually withered as well. Could we cover him and Fetterman? I'm a bit worried about covering Jon Stewart content, largely because of DMCA. Like, I don't know if I don't know if that'll work. Also, chat, do we have 2 more subs? Do we have 2 more subs, memberships, etc. out there? If we make it to 500, tomorrow can be our Titanium Daydream. My membership on YouTube was not counted. I mean, if it didn't go through, it didn't go through. Yeah, I don't see it on my end.
Klepper and Liddick.
I have the receipt. Look, I can only go off of what I see on my end. I'm sorry. Like, I believe you. It just it doesn't register on my side. You could try posting in the YouTube chat. Maybe that would work. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Jordan I feel like Jordan Klepper needs more show. You know? Like, he needs more exposure. He needs to get out there more.
Fine ill bite.
Nathan, thank you for the $10 dono, and Queen Gorgo 1, thank you, or Queen Gorgol as the case might be. Oh, music. You do have the membership icon next to it. I don't know why it didn't pop up. YouTube is sometimes a little finicky, but I appreciate it. And we'll add it to the counter because you guys are actually at 7 subs towards your next goal. All right, folks. On that note, I am going to skedoodle. See you all tomorrow, folks. Bye. Goodbye. Do 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 do. All right. Anyway, bye everybody. Buenos noches.
Yourself. You buddy. Racist, sexist, all kind of whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick. Racist, sexist, all kind of whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick. Augers. Go home to mommy.
Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.